I'll refrain from talking about popcorn seasoning.
You season that motherfucking popcorn.
I hate seasoned popcorn, man.
I don't. I like it when it's seasoned with caramel and then drilled with a little bit of white and a little bit of black.
Well, is it like is it actually buttered popcorn or flavorless popcorn? Because if it's flavorless, I can understand that. If it's buttered, then there's something wrong with you.
What? Like in some zebra pop?
Ugh. Zebra pop's fine as long as it's not buttered beforehand.
Oh, I don't think it is.
Oh, then yeah, that's fine. That's just air. Like,
I buy
pop.
store pop a lot shit, man. I don't
Well, so everyone, slow down. We're gonna get ready to hit this thing, and we're on live. So, welcome back, everyone. Good evening. This is session 74 of Into the Wildlands. I am your DM for this evening, Miser Mark. And, well, we only got about half the party for this particular session, but we can probably get through it without any troubles to catch up everybody from the week before, since last week was 9/11 and I was unavailable. The party began to help with the deconstructing of the Sharptooth village, also celebration for Binge's promotion, and also conversation with each other about Goken and Zarmbal's stances in this upcoming duel, but also possibly the outcome of what's to be with the tribes as well as this world that they live in. After quite a bit of theory crafting and just wondering what is the end game of a particularly mad mage, the next morning came in, the group filed up. They went on ahead to inform the Emerald Star Outpost leaders that there will be newcomers, in this case refugees, of the three tribes, the Sharptooth, a good portion of Bone Breakers, but especially the Dust Striders, the remaining gnolls that have chosen to not follow a particular traitor and her false primal god. Upon arriving to the Emerald Star Outpost, they noticed there was a tension in the air, and most of the guards had been stationed, are now much closer to Tanis, and also many people that they recognize, but standing in front of them, the two very imposing left and right hands of the war chief of Admirax, his younger brother Farmarex, and his youngest child, but also his biggest one, Yamarex, are in a bit of what one can say a Mexican standoff, with Farmarex not even paying attention to the party yet, but talking clearly to Tanis, who is surrounded by various guards, and made it clear that should the Emerald Outpost get any more involved with the tribe's affairs, it would be seen as a declaration of war. And thus, we now open to the scene as the party cometh and see this happening. The towering giant of a venom hand, Yamarex, just gives you all a side glance, grunts something unintelligible, at least not to the ears of... Actually, anyone know how to speak Draconic can hear some gruntal words from Yamarex. And Farmarex also gives you a side glance, but he is more focused on Tanis and the others. But those that wish to hear what Yamarex had said to his uncle, please roll me a perception.
I was not there.
Oh, you're literally right behind him.
Okay.
I would like to point out my passive is 16.
My
Okay.
passive is 19, by the way.
Okay.
That's not an advantage. God, I wish it was.
I speak some Draconic now.
Some,
So-
which...
Yep.
That explains the 10.
Which is why the reason why I have you guys roll the perception is so you can see, you can actually hear more of his words clearly. And going from we'll go from the 14 and 15. You hear it decently enough. Uncle, the outsiders that cause trouble are here. Kermit, you hear about half, perhaps 1/3 of the sentence of what was just said.
Nice.
And
Syndra, do you want to give me a brief rundown of what the fuck we're dealing with? Just so I know, before I say something dumb.
You know Elvish, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I also know Elfish.
That's good, actually, because this will help a lot, so at least we can all communicate.
So in Elvish, the two... Okay, she's gonna do this. She's gonna start in Elvish and then look and see if they can tell, or she can tell if they actually can read or know Elvish too.
I mean, roll me investigation.
Be an insight.
That too. I'll give you the choice of either or.
Damn.
As you start talking in your Elvish tongue, they have not even once turned to look in your direction anymore. They are talking in a very boorish level of common to Tanis. They have completely decided to ignore you at this moment.
Which I know Tanis and a bunch of others in the room.
Well, thank God
So-
they're in the house, so we're outside, so...
Well,
No,
they,
we're in.
Oh, are we? I thought we were, like, on the outside, and then they're
No,
trying
we,
to get
we
in.
expanded the map, or we expanded it to basically so we all fit inside.
yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'm just not gonna stretch the map anymore. But it's
Okay, my bad.
to give you guys a mental image. Everybody are at the courtyard or right outside. Tanis is by the doorway, but everyone else that you guys know are literally in front, literally barring any further advancement of the two hands of the war chief any closer to Tanis. And you know what?
So after realizing they don't see anything, or sorry, go ahead, Miser.
Yeah,
Sorry, take a job.
that's all right. But I'm gonna say also adding with your insight. I will also give this to you. Yanmarex is more focused on Igmalos and Chimerex, who's standing right behind them.
Now, Chimerex is a Venom Hand, right?
Yes, but by most standards, she is quote unquote considered a defector,
Oh.
since
Okay.
you would already know this, but she was, or still is, betrothed to Igmalos due to the political marriage and to keep peace between Venomhand and Sharptooth. And as a recap, something went wrong, which even Zarmal is confused as to why Admirax is now showing hostilities. And Chimerex had mentioned that something seems wrong, but she has no idea what it is.
So Cinder goes, the two big fuckers in front of us that are complete and utter shit stains of intelligence, they are from the Venom Hand, the ones that we are scheduled to have a night's duel with. Let me think here. I think that one's fighting Tyrannin, and that one's fighting...
You know, with your insight, I'll just give the quick correction. The one that Tyrannon's scheduled to fight is not here.
Right.
The one, the really big one is going to fight Gur, and the one next to him is supposed to fight Goken.
Goken.
Yep.
That's right, okay. So yeah, correction. That big fucker is supposed to fight our big fucker, Gur, and that one there is supposed to fight Goken. And the other one there behind the red one, sitting next to our elven friend, is technically part of their tribe, but I don't think they get on. That being said, it would appear that they have their panties in a bunch and their leader's not here to even talk, so that's an interesting problem. Which means somebody's worried.
Should we Allow me then. Just so I'm aware before, and this is in Elvish, before I do something stupid, they're trying to basically push them out, so they don't want them to regroup, don't they?
They've been trying to commit war against this place anyway, so I don't really see where their standard is.
Do we at least have an idea if we beat them with logic that they won't just pummel my ass into the ground?
Honestly, I can imagine that you would fart in the wrong direction and the big one would just do it out of instinct.
Well, then at least we could talk to them. Or at least
I
try.
think we need to have... I've had this situation before. Do you really want to try and handle it, or should I?
I'll give it a go, and if I'm going to be a stain on the ground, at least you could take over.
I will add one
Civil
more thing.
discords.
I will also add one more thing with Syndra's insight. You notice that the one that's doing most of the talking is Farmer X, the uncle, or the right hand of the war chief. Yanmarex is just glowering and staring menacingly, but he's more focused again on these two individuals. He's not even paying attention to the obvious other threats of various arrows and swords and magic pointed right at him.
Let me see what I got here.
Now, they were speaking in very fluent dragon, right?
Yes.
Alright.
And they're talking in like broken common.
Very broken common, but to give a score of 1 to 10, Yamarex, you can only guess he's probably going to be a flat 1 or even a 0, if that's allowed in the score. Farmerex, it's more of a 7 to 8.
Okay, so he understands common, but he prefers Draconic, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
Or, as most of the others have begun to understand, that they also speak Primordial.
Well, that's for Syndra. I cannot handle that, but I'll start with Draconic. And Oberyn is going to play on their harp and be like, "Good evening, gentlemen," in Draconic to both of them.
I'm going to roll this and see if they're actually even going to pay attention to you.
It's gonna be loud, like it's one of like when you strike a sharp chord and it just like creates like a echoing kind of like akin to a shatter spell, but not like that. It's basically, hold on, I'll roll a performance to see how.
Yes,
well,
roll your performance. I'm going to roll something else for this instead.
20.
Okay, hold on.
Wow.
I'm a bard. What do you expect?
That's true. I always forget that.
Instinctual creature is going to step away before they swat them.
Okay. So, as you make that sharp tune, Oberyn, this hulking creature moves swiftly and faces you. Let me see if I do this right.
Oh no!
And this one, the leader, or at least the uncle, slowly turns, or rather his head turns to face you, and he only does a half step to make sure that he has eyes on both you, but also on everyone else that's in front of him.
Miser, evening or day?
It
Or
is
midday.
it is already a little bit past noon, since you all had lunch and you had to travel through
Okay.
with the convoy, which
I
you
have-
will, all of you will know that the convoy with all the refugees will be arriving roughly within 30 minutes to an hour.
Alright, so we have to diffuse this in an hour. This is gonna be great. Well, good evening, gentlemen. Or, good afternoon, sorry. Bring this stuff. I have a simple question. Yes, if you don't mind me asking, why exactly are you opposed to the Sharptooth coming here? Did you not, question before I say what I'm going to say next. Woodtierden and Syndra said that they made a pact to fight where no violence would occur before she's going to say what she's going to say.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Our
Did you
agreement
not-
was that basically we were neutral.
Okay. Did you not agree to these other outsiders, not myself, that you would claim neutrality in order before the grand duel, unless you are not men of your word. With, I don't know, are you?
Oh, I gotta roll this, see if he keeps his composure now.
This is where Oberyn's gonna break it. Thank you, Kermit.
And let me just roll for this one. He has advantage still.
Oh my god.
So, you do see that the very large one took a little bit of offense, and you do hear a footstep moving forward, which there's a lot of weight to that footstep.
Thank God there's a Kermit in my way.
But, yeah, not just that, but Igmos looks like he's also ready to pounce as this really big creature makes a whipping turn to face you, Oberyn. But
You just see Kermit like step in front of her. And I don't know if you've ever seen that one comic where it's like Wolverine looking up at the Hulk.
the problem is right now, it's great. The only problem is that Hulk right now is not even looking at Wolverine. He's looking at Jean Grey at the back.
Fair enough.
I hate how great that is.
And it is, again, the smaller of the two that speaks. And he speaks in very good mix of draconic and primordial. To Sindra, you would understand the words that he says. Hold, my nephew. If these outsiders wish to speak about honor, so be it. But I suggest you keep an eye on your sister and her ill-begotten choice of a mate. He just growls and slowly, very slowly turns, but he's now in the middle of having to face between Igmalos and, well, the fact is he is ignoring Kermit. He's watching Oberyn intently. And Farmer X is the one that speaks. And he's, again, speaking in Draconic. That would be the case, except this outsider's outpost, you call it, has broken the neutrality, and he pauses as now he's picking up some words. The Sharptooth are moving here. Quite disgraceful.
First of all, how did this outpost break any rules when they were not included in our original agreement?
And secondly, there's no breaking of neutrality, as they are not aligning themselves with the outpost. They're just finding it as a home, considering someone had broken down their home prior.
Usually.
Are your people not being assaulted by the others? The insects?
Those from beyond.
Bitches of Yangul?
Ah, yes, the dogs. They're no longer really posing a threat to us. At least, for the time being. The insects have been oddly skittish as of late. But again...
And let me guess, you haven't been assailed by the armors of the golems, the metal men, the burning ones, have you?
Now you have his attention. Armors. Burning ones, you mean residents of the Burning Lands? Why would they come here?
No, I mean the suits of armors that are on fire, that is about as tall as your boy there. The ones that devour the souls of those that they attack.
This is new information along with the Sharptooth coming here.
Oh, so by that logic, if we are to assume something, then it would mean that your allies have broken the truce by assaulting the Sharptooth clan.
Allies?
Are you not associated with the mage in the red and black robes? The one who likes to twist and fuck with people's brains. The one that will steal your soul and murder your people.
I have no idea what you are talking about with this mage.
20. Turn off the bandit so I stop doing that.
Ooh.
Just so you know, he did have the advantage.
Up there.
I don't like that rule. That rule.
Also, hold on, let me see if I can do this as well. Because there's a bard thing I can do that's really funny. I think I gotta cast a spell though to do it. No, I can do a bonus and so they're kind of doing it. Oberyn is just playing her harp, and whatever he rolls, minus a d10 from that, please.
I'm doing this very carefully because you can magically.
I can't. Okay, I can't. At the worst case, he rolls a nat 20 again, and we still have to roll
Well,
the
here's
d10.
true. Very worst case, and it saves our ass. So
Okay.
I'll roll the bardic inspiration myself, since it technically says I have to roll it.
He will still have his advantage due to a certain thing he has in him, but it will be re-rolled. I will say, Syndra and, well, Oberyn already gave her explanation of strumming the harp, but how do you activate this ability, I should say? How do you activate your shift in time to make sure you got the words that you really want from the sky?
I think Moogle's muted.
Syndra's thing is, the way she's doing it is really subtle. So it's actually her, the way she does it is the coin comes out, and instead of rolling her across her knuckles one direction, she rolls it the other way. To kind of cause the twitch. It's just, she's instinctually doing it to see if the timeline changes.
Okay. I'll leave that for later, but now, once again with Silver Tongue.
Oh my god. This man. Alright, time to roll
Damn.
that.
Wow.
Well, Moogle, worst case is I can get it low enough for you. Let me make sure what my bardic inspiration roll is real quick.
This should be a D10 now still.
Please roll a d10. Please roll a 10.
Oh, I saw the 10.
Oh, wow.
We meet. Nope, we don't.
But I will give this, because you guys put so much effort into it, I'll give this much. Farmerex, as Syndra, you have encountered him before, and while you're at it, roll me a history check, please. At advantage. You remember a conversation when you were talking and asking about this individual to both Zarmbal and Goken when the arrangements for the duel were being made. They both say that he is very sneaky, but at the same time, probably very good at talking at people.
Oh,
And
great. My
he's-
kind of person.
My
And
question too, with that insight, did the big boys twitch any, or did he not give a shit?
he does not give a shit. If
Oh, fair.
anything, I will give this to you. Your insight. He looks like a restrained beast that's ready to lunge, and is only holding back because, well, he is taking orders from his superior, his uncle, that's right next to him.
What about this one? Did she twitch at all?
No, she's actually been focusing on both of them. She has been completely ignoring or not. She's not been watching you guys. She's more focused on those two, and she does have a tightened grip on her staff, which all of you can see that it is glowing.
Sandra kind of sits there for a moment, thinks. Coin still flipping across her fingers like it's a thinking thing.
But to continue on, you remain stoic-faced, or at least as stoic as a reptilian beast that shows a strange level of politics, or at least the way he's talking.
What? No.
So I just, for this miser, would this come into play just to make sure?
And now I can tell you. Thank you.
Unfortunately, it will
Okay.
not. These guys are not indifferent to you. They are hostile, but they are not attacking.
Am I making deals
Or-
with different or higher? Well, are they higher? I guess.
They're not.
Higher
It says
relationship,
or.
frankly.
Yeah, indifferent or
Oh,
higher.
okay.
These guys are below indifferent. They're unfriendly to hostile. And
Okay.
but I will give this to you. This one is unfriendly. This one is downright hostile.
Okay, that's what I kind of figured.
Though going back to Syndra. Yes, he's remaining stoic, but because you are so close to it, I will give this to you. You feel like his mind, or rather his mannerisms, he is well guarded with his words.
Miser,
Yes.
can I roll an insight, please? Another one. To see if there's another being on top of him. Kind of like Yengol was for her champion.
All
Like a
right.
true sight? I can just
No,
ask
no,
both of
no,
mine.
no. So this had happened before, where the champion of Yengol, Oberina, was able to sense it and basically tear it apart. So I guess.
Oh.
Insight. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'll give you the roll of wisdom. I'll give you the insight or investigation roll.
I think they're both the same. No, insight's too higher, so I'll go that. Ugh. Well, not great, but.
You take a look as you're showing your harp, but there doesn't seem to be anything on him. He's just a very arrogant lizard standing right there. All right, back to you now,
Alright.
Syndra.
She's kind of twirling, or doing the rolling it across her knuckles kind of thing as she kind of steps forward, kind of thinking. I guess in a very interesting problem. Why would the Venom Hand be so scared of a tiny human camp having the Sharp Tooth and the Bone Breakers move in to fortify their lines and ensure that their champions, which are to fight you and yours and your leader, are perfectly capable and at best? A mind that wouldn't be as cautious or as knowing of such pride as yours would assume that the air would be filled with the smell of fear.
He's going to incite you to see if you're confident with your words. Or rather, what he's looking for, is there any weakness in you. He sees you as a... For a brief moment, you kind of see him scrutinizing you with his eyes. But since he doesn't really see any flaws or weaknesses, there's a slight mirth of a grin. Maybe even just a smirk on his maw. Well, I see there's actually someone capable amongst this lot. To answer your question, ever since this outpost has been positioned here, this place of outsiders, along with the one in the far south area, there has been an odd turmoil amongst the other tribes, the lesser tribes. The rise of Yengol and its raiders, as well as the skittering insects that have been encroaching our territories. Territories that have been long established before even your... As he kind of looks over to the direction of Tanis, their leader had arrived here. Boundaries have been challenged too many times without proper traditions and rules being followed.
Then let me be interestingly blunt in having your understanding. And please, do recognize that I am talking about a very factual truth. You know well about the betrayers, right? The ones whose tongue we speak now?
Yes.
If you really want to understand where the power behind these outposts, these, like mine, the outsiders, is because they are backed by a being Nzato, a dragon that is older than Yabala. A dragon that, from his homeworld, might have been considered a god or a primal in his own right. And he has children, and he brought them here. So unless you want to fight something that used to kill millions in a single swoop, you're welcome to keep pissing in his food. That being said, where we all stand, and I'm not saying that's a position of power, I'm saying we'd all die if he chose to do anything about it. Because he's very much a burn it all and rebuild from the ashes kind of asshole. When it comes down to it, I can explain to you why the insects are getting problematic, and I can explain to you why the Raiders of Yngul are a problem. They happen to be the same effect as the person that I talked about. The mage in red and black that goes by the name Ed Matthias Dominguez. The one that seems to have taken a liking to the Black Tower, and the one who's making deals with all kinds of tribes and people. The one who set up a deal with the folk high in the mountain, the Minotaurs and such. The one who has been sending the armors, the fake people, the constructs.
As you mentioned, the Minotaurs, Yamarex, the really large one, just almost in a very disturbing chuckle. And he says it in decent amount of draconic. Weak. They're only
Not
good for
inherent.
food.
His
Yanmarex
magic made them
quiet,
stronger.
as Farmarex kind of chides Yanmarex a bit of, be quiet, adults are speaking, and he focuses on you again.
Needless to say, that one outsider is explicitly the enemy of everyone here. Yourselves included, at the end of the day. Granted, everyone's been suspecting that your tribe has aligned themselves with him because he gave some kind of offer of power. Possibly one who caused the situation with your leader going a bit crazy, according to everyone else who's ever known him. But I have a suspicion that I know why he did that, and how. Oh, and if you haven't met them, have you met the new primals? The ones that can go invisible? The one who took Jade down like Jade didn't know what the fuck it was doing?
Now I need to roll for these two now, again. Actually, I need to roll for a lot of people. One moment. Actually, you know what? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's just those 4. Well, it makes sense. So, everyone, I'm just going to get this with your passive perceptions. The two in front of you don't seem to be too bothered. In fact, Farmarex actually has a bit of a twitch, as you mentioned about Jade's death and new primals. Farmarex almost looks like he's about ready to laugh. And behind them, you see Chimerex look very shocked. She almost dropped her staff, and it is Igmos who rolled the nat 1. He actually is the one who shouts out to you, not in fury, but rather in panic. And then just says, "Wait, Jade's dead. What about my clan? My tribe, are they alright?" I forgot to
Now,
roll.
which is that about the Sharptooth, or
Yeah, it was Igmalos, Zarmbol's son. Also, I forgot to roll the daughter. Oh, she also panicked.
Sindri kind of rolls her eyes. Your people are fine, short of the mage sending people to kill Yabala. But there is much to be covered in that way.
Yeah, so to give you a quick recap, neither of the two children had been in the Sharptooth village since you guys came by a visit. They've been trying to establish nice treaties with the Emerald Star Outpost, so they don't know a lot of things that's going on.
Don't worry, the Sharptooth are quite fine and quite capable. We've taken some losses from attacks and various things, as you know.
Speaking of your tribe, Farmarex interrupts you. You mentioned something older than the old hag that is their shaman. I highly doubt there's a creature out there, at least in normal perspectives, that could be out older than that crone.
She kind of looks at Tiernan. Tiernan? Do the mind thing and let him see a nice picture of I am Verho.
Get Tiernan sheet. Do 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 do. Tiernan is definitely sizing up with the biggest one of the two, but he's also keeping an eye on Farmer X, because that one's showing to be the most intelligent of the two. Where is your... Here we go.
So she also kind of turns and looks at Bozamar. But what about you, Bronze Tyrant? How does the name I am Vano stay with you?
Kermit, you do feel Bozamar's claws tighten on your shoulder a little bit. And it is Bozamar who answers first, as Tyrion gives, or will attempt to give an image to these two. Due to certain equipment that they're wearing, they're not exactly as recipient to such abilities. They get through. Bozamar is the one who answers, and Kermit hear it in good, as you understand, his Draconic, as well as a mix of the Grung in it. Yes, the Inferno, the Star Mountains. Quite literally, perhaps the second or third strongest dragon in all of our world. Can't say if he is the strongest, but he is a competitor for it.
I would say he's what? The strongest living.
He then says, that would be hard to determine with the Sword of Justice of the Golds and Old Snarl with his cult.
Yes. But he's definitely not the Creeping Doom. Now, if the Creeping Doom was here, I would. But we do have to admit, he still did bring his wife and 4 children, so I mean, even if I am Vanho himself is the second or third strongest on our world, he alone decimates cities of millions of people with a single sweeping breath. And then to think that he has 4 children.
4 children, he hasn't killed himself just because they could be opposing to his power.
Yeah, no, Sindra understands red politics. She's still like, they're still I am Barinho's children. They're still, whether they live or die, their lives will have some kind of horrifying power behind it.
Right. So everyone that are close to Yamarex and Farmerex can roll me another insight as this information is being revealed. Especially by Bozamar, who is speaking Draconic, and they two do recognize it.
That's a 19, it should have been.
You're close enough, so I'm going to give you the advantage bit. Anyone else can roll to get information.
Jesus.
Bozamar.
That makes sense for Bozamar.
She's doing pretty good. You can also go for Kermit.
Yep, looks like.
Considering you're literally in that man's snot range. Yeah, that also makes sense.
Yeah.
Alright, going from descending to ascending. So starting with Kermit's insight. Yamarex is an easy book to read. This guy seems to actually be salviating on the idea of fighting anything, everything even.
I can respect that.
But you all, well, sorry, again, going from 10, and Yamarex is an open book at this point. He is restraining himself. This is like a beast that obeys orders, but once unleashed is not going to stop.
Can also respect that.
And still going with the 10, Farmer X seems to be a very unemotional, almost impenetrable fortress of uncaring certainty, if one would give it to that, apathetic. With Bozamar, it is the same thing, except he reads just a little bit more with Farmer X in. There's a slight little twitch of the snout. Now, going with 24 and the nat 20, 26. There is that slight little twitch of the nostril. And very, very slightly, you see almost like he is trying to prevents himself from licking his lips on the idea of a dragon of Inferno's power coming after him. It's almost as if he too, just like his nephew, desires this sort of outcome. And then Farmerex takes a deep breath. Well, it seems you have provided an interesting argument. Yanmarex, present that stone tablet to them, since he looks over to Tyrion. One of them will be joining in the duel. Unless there is another of your group to join.
Right here.
They both turn, look right at you, Kermit. And you don't need to roll anything for this. There is a look of surprise, maybe a bit of a stifled laughter. And I'm just gonna roll. I'm just gonna roll this for Yanmer, because he's definitely the arrogant one of the two, or rather, the openly
Kermit's gonna
arrogant
say in
one.
Elvish, oh, they are underestimating that little fuck. Even though Kermit could hear him.
Okay, he's not gonna be too boorish about it. You smaller than the other one that wished to fight for us.
Yeah. Wait, he's gonna be one of our opponents, right?
Yes.
Not fighting. Okay.
He's fighting Gur.
Yeah.
He's fighting another one. So technically, yes, but we're not going to be fighting them personally.
Yeah.
PC fights.
So
Yeah, well, my party drew straws, and you were the biggest.
Sadly, I'm not good at drawing, just at music. Sorry.
I'm gonna roll this for Yanmarex, because he's not exactly the brightest tool in the shed.
Oh, I figured he wasn't. Please roll. Oh, yeah?
Kinda looks very confused. Looks over to Farmerex, who just says, just present them the tablets. We've already established our concerns with these things, but unexpected developments have arrived. And very casually, and you all do see this large war club that he has, and it is very clear between the two of them that war club has more orichalcum than, well, most weaponry you're going to see.
Except for the giant-ass horde we just left at the blacksmith shop.
They didn't see it.
I'm glad they did it, because they might just start questioning us even more, which is the worst. Oh my god.
And then Farmerex says, I do apologize if it is primitive for some of you outsiders. We do have our desires to etch things for long-lasting use and to stand against the elements. Not all of us are gifted with magic as some of our own blood has. And still facing you, but you can feel the eyes are turning, or at least they are staring accusingly at Chimerex, who, now that she's sort of composed herself, is still ready to fight. Yanmarex, we've already stated our reasons. It is time we take our leave.
Hold up. We get one trophy?
Yeah.
I'm like saying that too.
Which one are you saying it to?
Farmex.
Yes.
Ah, damn. It's a shame I won't be able to fight your nephew here. I wouldn't mind having his oversized dragon balls on my mantelpiece.
Oh, we're going to die.
If time comes, little frog.
Yeah, unfortunately I won't be able to wipe the floor with him. I got my own battles.
I'll be sure to ask for your tongue.
Oh, you better need 2 hands. This is a big tongue.
We're going to... We're going to die, right?
Uncle,
Or
this one has more vigor than the other one. Yes, and as bright as you are, nephew. We will be taking our leave now. And he holds out the hand that's holding the shield, but also holds out a mace as he hits it once. And everyone can roll me a perception or investigation.
Hey! No, my perception is better. Damn.
Oh!
Kermit! Oh, let's see what, nice, alright. So...
He just had to beat me.
Barely, too.
So, ascending order. Man, I get those mixed up sometimes. So going from ascending order, starting with Oberina, you hear just behind you and about, you feel a presence moving about. Kermit, you not only feel, but you actually hear the sounds of light footsteps moving away from all around you. And Syndra, just to add a little, because you are a little bit on the higher end, you see slightly blurred images moving away from everybody as the 2 leaders, or rather the 2 major generals, are taking their leads, and they're just moving very casually away.
So glad they brought their actual warband.
Just
Jesus.
not even really concerned by the numbers.
Before you go, Farmer X, I do have a singular question that I may pose, if you don't mind. Since you seem to be one of sharp tongue and general fine wit.
He pauses, slowly turns to look you up and down.
Wizard.
Don't.
Speak, soft skin.
Hold on, I have to think, because I had the question on my brain. Give me 1 second. Sorry, Miser.
Well, while he is actually willing to stick around to talk, the really big one, Yamrex, is proceeding to leave.
Okay, I got it. You mentioned that the bugs and all the insectoids, when these people had come, that they had gone rampant and crazy. Why have they stopped skittering suddenly? What changed? Seems a little bit of a, what do you call, a logical inconsistency in your tongue.
There's a slight smirk. There is nothing logical in this land. It is why we adhere to our codes and our laws. Oh. All
That doesn't
right.
really answer my question, though.
As far as I know, the insectoids, the 2 insect tribes, have never been our allies, nor have they been outright enemies. We respected each other's territories and left it be. Personally, I would rather see them all exterminated for their infestation.
At least that is something you and I can agree on, considering we have met some of them. Nasty sons of fucks.
If you were of our kind, I would consider adding you to our war band.
I have no interest. I'm better with the tongue than the sword.
So, Sindra, what are you looking for with as you sip that little bit of blood into you? You're muted, by the way.
The true sight kicks in. She's looking to see what the hell was around us.
There are various Venom Hand warriors that are camouflaged. Particularly these. Now, I had just deleted them, that's why.
I guess the question is, with that, is it a magical thing or is it like a natural reaction?
Like race?
You can roll me either a nature or arcana.
Nice.
You suspect that these are more toward natural things, and I'm just gonna put them on the.
Did Bozamar not like snitch them out to me? Because he could definitely see them.
Yes, he could have, except they were hiding behind the building, and some of them were close to the archers.
Oh, okay.
They
Plus, I'd
were.
imagine Bozamar was looking at the giant-ass man in front of him, like, I could
Yeah,
fight
that's
that.
probably true.
But yeah, you saw basically these 5 types lurking around.
Oh dear God. I hate that some of them just look like Yu-Gi-Oh monsters.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they were, but I believe some of
He
them.
walked away after that. I'm sorry.
But the one you definitely recognize are the elites, the ones who have more orichalcum on their armor and weapons. But those are the ones that were hiding in stealth, or rather, their natural camouflage. In fact, you know what? Let me just roll this for Yanmarax, because he's also the type to be a bit boastful. Is he wise to not do what he's going to do? Well, he's just wise enough to simply walk out the front gate. But, to those that are still watching Yanmarax, you see that he is also slowly fading into the... well, visibly fading.
Syndra, right as the last things are said by... If you happen to see the wizard, be sure to ask him if you get to choose what kind of armor you get to be before he takes your soul.
There's a slight head tilt. Well, if I should meet such a creature, a soft skin of that manner, I'll be sure to ask that while I'm tearing them apart.
Be sure to ask your nephew what kind of furniture he wants to be made into after the fight.
We're not.
Let's hope there's some of you left when he's done with you, after he's done killing that boorish fool Gur.
Well, I just hope your jaw hits the floor as fast as his body hits in that pit.
Oh, and know that the horrifying abominations and things with multiple tentacles are definitely not related to anybody. That is a totally different clusterfuck.
Hold on, I didn't exactly delete his token. Let me see if he hears that.
Oh no.
He pauses. He actually takes a step forward again, or rather to... as he realizes you mentioned something about tentacles and floating monster.
Oh no.
Oh, and I just heard a car nearly crashing outside. Anyway, he turns and looks at you, directly at you, Syndra. So that's what those abominations are. They have been encroaching on our territory as well.
I guess it's a bit of a peace statement. They're nobody's friends here either. They've been attacking everyone here, so including Sharptooth and the Bonebreakers, so if they're fucking with you, At least we can agree on one enemy.
Then perhaps
If
I
not,
was hasty in my judgment. I will inform our war chief about the flying squids. And he makes a turn, and again, similar to like with Yanmarex, as he's gotten about far enough and more closer toward foliage, he begins to blur, or rather blend in with the area around him as he steps through.
I think someone so primal would have such an annoying tongue to deal with.
After a few minutes of sitting there watching to see where they go, Zindra turns, hands the bottle to the bottle of the blood to Tiernan. Tiernan throws him off. Go make sure there's nobody straggling.
Tiernan, adding of, indeed. When the others arrive, I need to talk with Orikanos, and he starts making his own move across, or at least around the area.
Indra, then. I need to have a talk with you. An idea. While everyone else is away. But not here. Preferably in the bar somewhere. A little bit more relaxed. Plus I need
Yeah,
to
because it would be really awkward just stopping right now with all these people staring that have just probably half of them have been able to unclench their butt cheeks.
Oh, I'm well aware. That's why I was saying.
5 or 6 tweakers after a minute.
Snow actually left a few owl droppings on the floor.
Speaking of which, hold on. One,
badass, man.
1, 2,
No, he's-
3, 4.
Oh wait, no,
5.
he's Snow the Dauntless. That means he wouldn't shit his pants. Oh my god, Snow didn't shit his pants!
Nah, he's actually the most stoic one of the whole group.
Oh fucking...
Oh,
Of course,
hold on.
yeah.
1, 2, 3.
He just pops his neck and rolls his shoulders like it's nothing.
It's actually
He turns his head around like halfway and then halfway again.
actually it's because he turned his head a full 180 degrees to look at Tanis. Says, "Are you okay, sir?" And Tanis is the one who looks like he's ready to pass out, and he looks a lot more paler than usual, or probably either from the situation or the fact that he still hasn't recovered all of his lost blood.
Man, Tannis can't catch a break. He keeps getting fucked.
He just goes, first strange eldritch abominations, parasites, and now big oversized lizards somehow managing to find a way in our outpost without even sounding the alarm.
Sounds like a normal day in the Wildlands to me at this point.
I mean, not to make it anything worse, they did have us completely surrounded.
Tannis looks around, is like, did anyone notice that? No, sir. Sorry. That really big one was terrifying. He could eat probably a whole lot of us.
Weird that you bring a whole militia hidden to take a city, yet come about others trying to capture it.
It is Chimerex who actually relaxes very slowly. It is a trait of my tribe that we are able to blend in with our surroundings once we've been around it long enough. It isn't difficult.
So how scared is he? Because I definitely don't believe the war chief, as she does air quotes, would have allowed them to come here and do this.
You're asking Chimerex?
Yeah.
I am of the same mind of that. Father tends to hold a strong, stern, firm grip on orders. If he was to make an appearance like this, or allow me to rephrase it, if something like this would happen, he would be present himself to issue his orders. Uncle even if he is second in command, even he must obey Father's orders.
In Draconic, Sindra looks at her and says, "Did your father read a primal?"
Let's see, where's your history? You see her actually tilt her head and she's thinking really hard on it. I do not know. I don't think he had, at least when I was still in his presence.
Because it seemed like he was exhibiting the same symptoms as another who did not perform the proper rite to assume championship.
She actually looked very puzzled by this. What do you mean assume? Who would...
Jade is not the only one gone. But we will discuss that more later. When there are less unnecessary ears.
As you say that, I'm just gonna roll which of the two are gonna be more... Makes sense.
Two ends of the spectrum.
Makes sense. It's the son. He steps over to you and he says, "Wait," because he is listening too. And he's still talking in Draconic. You say that not only Jade is dead, but Sokka as well. He's the only other primal that I will know to be in these areas.
Well,
Yes. But that is a different story for less time and more with... There is a lot to discuss. And your family will be here soon. And I do not like to be the bearer of bad news. But it is not bad in the same way, but... You will understand this better. Your tribe has a new champion, and I am afraid Yubala has passed from this world.
Oh, you just said it right. Okay, hold on. This is a disadvantage.
no.
This is a disadvantage for both of them. I'm just not gonna go to the sheets.
She's being like very
Yes, and her two grandchildren are right.
passionate for her.
Yeah. Okay. Why did it not show up? Did I not hit it
Like
right?
hand on the shoulder.
Hand on the shoulder. Yeah, she's dead. Good luck.
Hold on. There we go. 4.
Oh.
But she's trying to help you understand, like, this is supposed to be, that kind of situation.
Yeah, all of you can clearly see it. Igmalos and his sister Irkalos their eyes literally dilate into tiny slits. They don't rush you to ask for information, but it is clear that they are shocked. Also, Kermit, as you walk over to Snow, again, his head is fully turned 180, then it turns again, looks right over to you. Ah, Sir Kermit.
What did I call him? What did I used to call him?
Fuzzball.
Dude.
Fuzzball, yeah.
Oh my god.
Hey, Fuzzball.
Ah, Sir Kermit.
Did you see my chicken grew?
Not the chicken.
Blinks. And I'm just gonna roll, see, where's Snow? I had just
Well, I'm
put
hoping both of them are left to go make sure there was no Stranglers.
Oh yeah, Bozemar's not even here. Well, I guess, did you see my chicken grow anyway? It's good that Bozemar's not here, because he'd be offended by that.
Yeah. I'm just gonna put them... Yeah, I'll just delete that for now.
My chicken evolved.
Dun 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 dun.
Yeah, Snow's not... Snow's
It's a
actually
trait
small
evolution.
Knowing Kermit, he'd just spam B. Like, no.
Still went through. Went from a normal type to a fucking dragon type.
Yeah, here, hold this Everstone.
Eats the Everstone.
Yeah.
Kills the boss.
Let me just get
Anyway.
Snow. The Dauntless is got a really intelligence, little buddy.
I was gonna say it, Elvish. Syndra, do you have a piece of paper? I have my book, but I'd prefer something a little bit more to write bigger for what I'm going to draw down.
Okay,
How
just
big?
Currently, what I'm working for. Let's just say some arcane bullshit level big.
okay. As you say, arcane bullshit level big. Snow.
This isn't Elvish.
Okay.
Sorry.
No,
Unless he knows Elvish.
No, he doesn't. I was just saying, Snow kind of looks over to the direction where Bozamar had went, then looks back at you. I thought you traded your cockatrice for a pseudo dragon.
Oh, that is my little boy. He grew.
He fixes his head back to normal, and he turns all the way back and looks over to Tannis. Tannis, is that possible? Tannis just kind of places his hand over his stomach. So those can probably guess with a medicine check. Or maybe, I'll just say it. He probably seems like he's having ulcers at the moment. And just goes, this world's weird enough already. I'm not going to even debate it. Everyone, get back to guarding stations and the like. If the threats pass, just keep out lookout, but don't stress yourself out. I'm going back into to get some more rest.
Have you guys seen any giants around here? I'm looking for giants.
God, I hope there's not giants here.
Any giant sightings in the area? Perhaps. That's promising.
Tannis kind of, before he actually turns and walks in, he pokes his head back out. I think there was a hill giant or two that was spotted somewhere in the far north.
How far north?
3-4 days.
Ah, that's a long time.
It was mentioned by one of the carrier messengers.
Oh, maybe I'll make both of them go search.
Be my guest. I'm gonna go get some rest now.
Actually, Tannis, I think we might have to be discussing something.
Could it? I don't think it could wait, is it?
We have about, Cinder looks at her bare wrist.
20 minutes.
20 minutes before, 2 entire tribes arrive here.
He looks almost like ready to sound the alarm, but then pauses.
They're going to bolster your entire military force that we have here. It's already been agreed.
It might need a few extra barracks.
That
Also,
being said, we will take care of the logistics, so long as you decide on where you want them cordoned off to.
Also make sure you have a shit ton of bananas.
He blinks, somewhat stupefied. Then he turns to the two more robed figures, which I need to move her over here now. And then he just goes like, "All right, Irene, Jared, figure out where to put them in the north section, maybe west somewhere. We still got some untouched land. I guess they're here as a mix of refugees and supplement residents, as long as they're not here to blow up or assassinate or do anything."
No,
Okay.
that's actually part of the thing. They're under attack from the same people you are, which is why they are, but their villages. We're consolidating. Protection of all of our allies. You, them. It's the most viable idea. separated. It's too dangerous. So
Is this why the really two big lizards showed up and threatened that we were causing some sort of trouble? Because it feels like a odd coincidence. They showed up and now convoy people are showing up.
Oh,
very
100%.
odd coincidence.
And you could just hear him say this in pure in Elvish. Who the fuck did I pissed off to get this sort of treatment? Ah, wait, Inferno. I owed him, but that's different.
Sindra just gives him like the double like finger guns, like, yeah.
Well, that's what you get for leading a small town in the middle of nowhere. You just get shit on. A lot.
Again, he adds in Elvish while...
having walls.
Not even looking at you guys, he just goes, guards, just let them in. If they cause trouble, let me know and we'll sort this out. Jared, Irene, I leave the... They're gonna handle logistics. You help them, give support. I'm gonna go take a rest. He just...
Oh, wait,
Sindri looks at those two. If we fuck this up, there won't be enough left of any of you to put back together as a town, so let's not do that, right? Go team.
As you're saying that, Oberyn is just scratching at paper now, basically writing a shit ton of stuff. God, I wish I had MS Paint open and I could draw this, but my drawing skills are too bad to make it look good.
Okay, Galisty.
No. There's actually a reason for this, because...
Yeah.
You'll see once we actually get to the bar.
Yeah, so you just see that a lot of the normal guards are going back to their usual spots.
She'll just talk basic logistics of placement, numbers, where they're needed, what needs to be repaired.
Hermit! Stop harassing the soldier! We have shit to do, and I need you.
Ooh, I've never been needed before.
Sadly, it's going to require all of us if what I want to do is going to work.
Ari, Mavis, would you mind going and seeing that our friends have their rightful places with them?
They both give the, Ara gives you the respectful salute that she always does. Mavis seems to have her mind off somewhere else, but she just gives a nod and makes her way out.
Don't worry, I'll free your mother, stepmother, aunt, uncle, dog. I can't remember anymore.
Cat. Yeah, cat.
Maybe we'll find a giant.
I have it. Anyway. What do I say? So, Captain, I believe you owe me a drink for right now so I can kind of discuss an interesting proposal to you. Just a quick one last second power up before shit hits the fan. And if we're lucky, it won't even cost us any time.
Alright, Kermit, are you coming? I know you enjoy the toilets.
I'm coming.
Alright, to the bar, Miser.
Okay, I was gonna say the captain, or rather because there are literally 3 captains now.
Oh, the leader of the ones that are coming, he looks like one of them, but he's black. Not the blue ones. He'll have a bunch of kobolds.
No, I'm sorry.
Very hot, you know.
I'm referring to the ship captain, not the you, man.
No, Kizinder was talking to the captain of the guard. Like,
oh, okay. Well, Oberina said captain.
Oh.
Like,
Yeah.
vaguely. That might have been
On
like
the
hit the wrong
lookout for
person.
any giants.
I hope to God there's no giants here. Well, actually, where are we going?
Yeah,
Might
these
be,
are
so I think we'll be
the 2.
lucky. Lemire's. I feel like that Zimmer. I feel like that name's a pun that's like barely escaping my mind.
that's
Maybe?
okay. I keep
I
running
don't know.
around trying to find him here.
But, yeah, there are 2 main
I
captains.
prefer non-linear. There we go.
Which bar in the bar? No.
Yes, to the bar now. Let me just make sure I get that. Where is that map?
So it's just gonna be us 3.
Yeah, I gotta update that map quickly now since
It's gonna be a fuckload.
Okay. Oh my god, there's so much shit that's like changed.
Missing. Not there. She's still there. They're there. Those guys are missing.
Oh no.
They-
Alright.
Wait a minute, isn't Bozamar not going to be happy at the cook?
Well, the good thing is right now Bozamar's out on doing field work,
Let's
so.
hope he doesn't come back. This is the guy that almost boiled me.
That boiled him. Just
This little tiny bronze pseudo dragon, like, making the noises, the
Alright.
this music.
Also- these are the two that are back.
Going from rough
They
to
come
rough.
back.
Alright.
What's the
So-
cook's name again?
Galmak.
So,
He's just the most clueless bastard too. He's just gonna be like, huh? What?
I don't think he's clueless. I think he just doesn't give a fuck. There's a
Yeah.
difference.
yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Like, what?
He actually tried to eat the one of the infectious scorpions that were causing the those
Yeah.
little parasites happening to people.
Yeah.
Let's make sure
Okay.
everyone is.
So, Sindra, hear me out on something very stupid that seems maybe right up everyone's alley.
Ooh, I'm listening.
Sadly. She just says begrudgingly. Alright, so first off, we know that Tyrannin and Shroud exist as a stopgap, no? Okay.
Parallels of each other that exist within the same area, yes.
Okay, so hear me out. I have a really dumb idea on how to hopefully get Shroud and maybe have a final confrontation before the duel.
Okay, she actually goes out, so you only
Okay.
got these two.
So, and she kind of pulled out. First and foremost, how familiar are you with circles of temporal binding? Because we're probably going to need that to start.
Okay, I could not hear you as a player, what?
A circle of temporal binding.
I understand the theory behind it. It's the same as ability I've kind of come to understand, but I haven't utilized it yet.
Well, good. We're going to test run this. But we're going to do this in a very, very fun way. So, firstly, we need a circle, and we need, at most, 4 sections parts. A center with 4 individual pieces. Next, myself and Tyrannin will go towards the center of the circle, acting as Tyrannin being a conduit for Shroud, propelling negative emotions out like a broadcast through a mental link, and me feeding it in order to attract Shroud. But the problem is, sure, I could broadcast negative emotions, but that shit won't get too far through the thing. This is where we employ Mavis. As we do know, or you may or may not know, Mavis is a paradox that exists much like that other man that was falling apart. Meaning, she can traverse through different planes of existence even without their book, as long as she understands where to go. This is where you, yourself, as the captain, will come in. I want you to technically guide her as we try to find Shroud through a literal sea of time. You'll be the compass, since you have a general understanding of chronology, in order to push through and try to locate Shroud's signature, or Tyrannin's technically, since we know it is a paradox. The problem is here now that we won't be able to generate enough power in order to make this work. But we have a champion who can act as a battery, considering that the ley lines of this land are already in temporal disarray. We can use that to our advantage to give enough power to generate holes. Now the issue is we need to make sure it doesn't explode exponentially in order to not attract Primus, hence why we need a circle of temporal binding. And Kermit, you're just kind of there in case shit goes wrong, so you could just hit it.
Yeah, I like the sound of this plan.
So do you understand what I'm trying to do? And she looks at Cinder after she, like, points out this giant-ass map. Or not map, but basically an idea.
I understand your concept and your reasoning in your way. But I do think there is a simpler way to do this.
Oh, there is simpler ways, yes. But this is the most effective way, as it would allow for... Oh, dear God.
Never mind, no mouse.
It would be the most effective way to handle this, where we could cut off any probabilities or lower probabilities of success, rather than just dream hopping. This would ensure the highest success chance, as far as I'm understanding. Plus, it would allow us to jump the time gate and also prevent time from moving while within the circle of temporal binding, hopefully.
Allow me to ask another question, though, because you're worried about the temporal problem. We're in a linear situation. Shroud does not hop around, neither does anybody else at this point. Everything is going to be straightforward towards the end.
So you're worried about a collapse of the
Worried
timeline?
about trying, no. The collapse of the timeline would have already occurred if it was going to. The timeline will only collapse if we fail. Trying to jump around multiple timelines doesn't really have an effect if Shroud and Tyrannin both exist already here, which is proven. Shroud isn't outside of the game necessarily, as much as he has just become something else. To put it in that perspective, how do I put this? Shroud exists across all of the different timelines because of what he's placed himself as. Though I think he's probably closer to what Ibala was, where they were in contact with their other personalities, because their soul is linked to one. In Tyrannin's case, outside of all the souls that Tyrannin died way too fucking early to matter, before it ever happened, or that he didn't exist in the first place, Shroud encompasses all but one, aka Tyrannin. So, they both exist. A quicker route would be to have Tyrannin go into his dream with some kind of beacon. Something that exists both here and within the ethereal realm of dreams. We use that to isolate it and either draw Shroud here into our physicality or ourselves into his realm for the temporal time being. My understanding is that they're druids could potentially provide similar situations by drugs or other means. Personally, I'd rather draw Shroud here in reality, even though he is a powerful being. Facing him within his own realm might be problematic.
Well, he's just a simple walking soul, no? More or less.
Here's a question. Considering that Igmalos and Chimerix are here, do you guys say this in front of them in the same tongue, or just speaking pure Elvish?
Probably
Probably-
Elvish, because we're trying not to tell him, hey, we're trying to kill a primal.
Well, I think they would understand when we start talking about Tyrannin being the same being.
And it's up to you guys. I'm just asking for plot relevance.
I think
Getting common, to be honest. But
I'll go common, because it would make sense that I assume they wouldn't understand the temporal stuff anyway, so Wolverine just assumed it would mostly go over their heads.
Okay.
Oh my god.
God damn. Okay, so Chimerix understands fully what you guys are talking about, and I gotta roll with this guy.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
He's following, but you kind of see the slight drool coming out of him.
Of course.
But, again, while she understands your tongue, she's not good at speaking it. At least, not the common tongue. And she only adds, Shroud has existed a while, from what I understand. At least by my memories. Father never seemed to really accept Shroud's existence.
Yes, it would appear that he has. As certain champions could explain better than I probably can. But there have been many variations of us across multiple times that have already come to pass. So, equally, everyone at this table, except for you, probably, and it's been said to you too, have already been through this situation for thousands of years.
Technically, I haven't, but considering
As I said, you are an outlying sterile, so is Bozmar, according to everybody.
okay,
Or not
I thought she was referring to the. Sorry, my bad.
No, she was referring to Oberina and Kermit as newcomers.
Fair.
Ingmel's kind of interrupting here. Right, you mentioned something about grandmother and father. What exactly happened? I'm sure my sister will inform me, but I'd rather not be given any surprises, or at least brace on it anyway.
Do you want the compassionate one or the direct one?
We don't really have time for compassion.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by... Just give it to me directly.
Yarn Ball has killed Yabala and assumed position as the champion of the Zarptu clan, as per Yabala's request.
Okay, now that you said that, it won't be a disadvantage. Okay.
Wow, that's way too fucking blunt.
You're about to get fucking bitch slapped.
No. It was gonna be something else. For a moment, as soon as you said Zarmbal had killed Yabala, all you can see is that Igmelos was immediately getting ready to not only stand up and run out, but there was a slight hissing noise as you notice that his hands are glowing red, and the table that he had his hands on has a few scorch marks on it. But Syndra, as you added the fact that it was by Yabala's wishes, he has the most perplexed and confused look on his face of what? And that fire, the fire that was burning is now off.
I will tell you this, while we traveled there, we witnessed a new primal, an unnatural one, kill Jade. The village was being under assault by the Emerald Walkers, and then became under assault by our quarry, the wizard, and his armors, when they attempted to assassinate both myself and Yabala. Before she could go through with what she knew she needed to do. As you know, her wisdom expanded beyond this timeline. And the only way she knew to make sure that it continues is for the new champion of the Sharptooth to come to be. That required a ritual in which Zonbal became the new champion.
As you say that, Kyrax is the one who now speaks. And she just simply says, a phrase. The consumption of the mantle.
Yes. Which brings me to another question, Chimerex. One that I had broached earlier. And since you are Zombal's child, I'm sure you understand the need to keep this shut the fuck up.
Wait, you said that to Igmalos or to?
Yeah, Igmalos. It's kind of like that turn from like one to the other, and like you need to keep this quiet.
As you say that, Chimerex actually goes, I may not even be able to call myself Marex any longer, considering how my uncle and younger brother have approached me.
I understand, but that's what I'm saying to Igmalos, is that this keeps the tribes together, so this is a little quiet thing that we need to keep between us. Okay?
I think I understand.
Okay.
He kind of looks over to Chimerex. It's so much more easier when you just have to punch something.
Without a doubt. So, Gokin has attempted to do a similar thing.
Now they both
I
look
can-
at you, startled.
By consuming Pusaka. However, our understanding is, and Zonbal's is that he fucked up the ritual. He did not have the proper requirements for it, and it is slowly driving him a bit mad. Which is why I brought up the question to you about your father. Wondering if perhaps he had done the same.
Alright, she's gonna start thinking really hard on this. If anyone wants to give her some inspiration or whatnot, let me know now.
Screw it. I'll give her bardic
You would
inspiration.
say nudge, nudge, I'm not Bard.
All I got. I can only do two things. I can inspire and I can talk. Sometimes I can fight. Very rarely. I'll just roll it now. 4.
Okay.
Yay.
Oh,
That's a
What?
26.
yep. Let me just make sure I switch this back to Game Master, so it's not just my Bolzamar.
You're telling me Bozamore?
Yeah, Chimerex, she thinks really hard. You can see that she's really trying to scratch her memories on this. I do recall a few times Father went with younger brother and uncle, as well as Sigmarex, the champion, with a good portion of our elites to the deeper parts of the Orichalca mines. Other times on random hunts, but nothing. Wait. Father did mention he was thinking of dealing with that Black Spire.
And that's the answer.
But ever since he came back, he said that he had to speak with Zarambal about it first. But I don't recall anything else being done about it.
Is that when the symptoms began?
Yes. He was more focused on dealing with outsiders, the bone breakers, but I never noticed that he decided to not deal with the Black Spire ever since afterwards.
Did he go with your uncle and...
Yes, although I have knowledge in some of the nature magic. Father made it clear.
You're still rolling as Bosamar.
Yeah, I know. That was just the DM forgetting to make switching around the tablet thing, but Chimerex going at it. Father mentioned I should stay back as I am, well, heir apparent. But he went with Uncle, my younger brother, and a good number of the elite. Sigma Rex had no interest in dealing with the Black Spire, and Father ordered him to simply deal with any intruders or the like with the mines. Though afterwards, he changed his focus on everything else. As she's thinking about it, Igmo's the one that kind of chimes in. So where is the part where he supposedly went mad started happening? Because, no offense, Kai, but your father was very twitchy when he was talking to my father. And you can see going with her, the 26 history she got from thanks to Oberina. She is again tilting her head left and right, thinking about it. But I do not know any nearby primals that father and brother and uncle would work together to kill. Granted, with the elites they have with them, I suppose it is possible the orichalcum metal that they have with them.
That does actually beg the question. Is your father whole?
Whole?
You've seen Tyranid. Part of his soul was stripped from him by Ed. The same with... She points at Bosamar, and then she points at our new wizard friend.
You mean, Oberina? Or...
No. The who Popeye was.
Oh, she's not there, actually. Yeah. I should have actually put her there. One moment. This was just a DM who honestly forgot that you guys did break her curse.
Actually, that is another thing. Did he have any dreams about being turned into a metal man?
Father did mention something about that. You kind of see the realization of it. More like he said it was metal abomination. As for Father being whole, I didn't really get a good look at him. Or I should say it was my... I was complacent on that. I wasn't expecting anything like this, just preparations for the political marriage.
Let's see.
Even Father, when he returned multiple times, he simply said to focus on keeping the tribes together and Do not worry about the outsiders or the problematic situations. He will handle it. And unfortunately, Tyrion is not here to remember this, but you did have Smiley on him, did you? Back when they were having their conversation, so you can roll me history. Do you wish to change that?
Yeah. I don't know why else. I mean, we're not going to use it anyway. Probably get a long rest.
That was a little bit better. You remember... This is how much you do remember. Zarambal and Tyrion's confusion of how Amrax was addressing them. He did accuse Zarambal for breaking the marriage plannings and causing the discord, which Zarambal was very confused, as he recalls that Amarax was the one that canceled it.
Your uncle knows magic, doesn't he?
Yes, he is a... So you gotta pause this to really think about it. A warrior of faith, if you would call one such as that. I do not know the equivalent word the outsiders would have it.
That's fine. I'm guessing he knows how to change people's memories.
Now, she knows her uncle very well, so I'm just gonna give her an advantage on her history roll. I do not think my uncle is that strong in that particular art. He is more of a warrior mage, if I were to explain it better.
Because the more I have to deal with him, the less I like him.
He is very good at conversations, and Father usually has him establish some political ties, you would call it, with the southern tribes.
Which is why I'm kind of curious about this whole thing. Because he seems to be the only one who seems overly content in everything. He reminds me of a masked lord I had to do business with. I always had an idea that he was one step ahead of everyone. Wasn't true, but ego is ego.
So turning his head far enough that he doesn't spit or anything, but you kind of hear the hiss noise from Igmalos. Yeah, Farmer X, arrogant bastard. No offense, Kai, but I'd rather deal with your younger idiot of a brother who will directly try to kill you, but your uncle, I get the suspicion that he'd be more than happy to stick a knife on my back rather than face me. And Kai's only reaction to that is, Uncle is strong enough to fight you head on as well. He is wearing probably the closest amount of heavy orichalcum after father. Not even my younger brother could actually beat him in a direct confrontation. Mogul, you're muted if you're saying anything. I just realized.
Yeah, I keep doing that because people keep bugging me. Sorry.
No worries.
She's just like, well, that's really, really unsettling, to be honest. But again, he does remind me of someone like this.
Igmalos, again, being his... He rolled really well for his insight. This masked person you speak of, or thing, what did he do, if I may inquire?
In one of the cities near, well, on our homeworld, is known as Waterdeep. The leaders, I guess you could say, the cities are big enough to incorporate about 20,000-30,000 tribes.
Chimeric's the one who kind of gulps at that, like, how do they manage themselves? Or not go into unrest?
It is completely unrestful. But there are those with power, such as, like your leaders. Some rule by force, some rule by fear, some rule by magic, some rule by blood, and some rule entirely by money.
As you say money, literally bursting through the front doors and running full tilt, Irkalux shows up. He immediately slams the butt of her spear right next to Oberina, almost missing Helena. Brother, with me, now. Sis, what? Now.
Oh, dear God.
Can you at least, father, now, go.
Oh.
Okay, Kai just, and he looks over to you, Syndra. I will be right back. Kai just...
If Binge is here, would you tell him to come meet us at the bar? Once he's done with everything.
The metal man, right?
Yes, he looks a little bit different, but you'll recognize him.
Understood. Right, sis, just calm down. No, we go now. She immediately, even before Igmalos even gets out of the corner of the around the table, his twin sister grabs him and she is just dragging him right out. It's like, I can move fast. No, we go now. No, now.
No, in some ways I'm glad I was a single child.
Would you like to go as well, Kai?
Yes, unless you are in need of my information, or if I can recall something you need.
We can meet later on this. Give yourself some time to think about everything. Let us know if you can think of anything else that's been out of the ordinary.
Right. Thank you. She gives a polite bow to all three of you, as she also begins to make her way out, and you can all roll me an Arcana check as she says a few words.
Oh boy, thank God I'm not skilled in magic.
Well, Syndra, you clearly recognize the Long Strider spell as she casts it on herself to go catch up on them. as she goes running.
That was an eventful conversation.
Back to your plan. I feel that Shroud is an odd duck that we're going to have to deal with. But I also feel like we're going to have to go to him.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. We're probably going to have to meet him on his own terms.
But
The issue... Oh,
I think there might be an easier way to do that.
Crap.
I hope to God it's not a shared dream state through drugs.
Drugs.
Honestly, I think that would actually be the quickest way, not to mention we are having a bunch of druids here, so if anyone's going to know how to have a shared dream through drugs, it's probably them.
God, I don't want to do it. Fucking drug dreams again.
Well, unless you know Blue Veil.
No, I don't. And plus,
Yeah.
I don't have enough of a piece of shroud anyway to just hop to him. Even if it is technically Terran and it's still his own entity.
Actually, that might be possible.
Go on.
It's not
I like where
entirely
this one's going.
anything of him,
Oh, what happened,
But what-
Kermit?
perhaps of his domain. They are primal here, but as far as we could be considered, they're gods. He oversees the dream state.
Well, the weird thing being, I don't necessarily know if we could start pulling things from dreams, and then unless there was some weird entity that was on the. Oh no. And she's like thinking, well, technically we have one thing that's present throughout and consistently unchanging throughout all parts of time and dreams, but I'd rather not. If you know where my mind is at, just
Nicholas. Oh wait, he's asleep.
yeah, he's asleep
Yep.
for 4 days.
Yep. As you call to the book, I'm gonna roll this. Yep, you hear a very, very loud, audible snore all of a sudden. And even his tongue is slightly out.
Well, I did learn something new I can do that can give us an anchor point through dreams. Though it would involve me regurgitating part of the end outside of myself, and let's say that's not going to go great if shit hits the fan the wrong way.
I'm
But
trying
it
to
is-
think of what's going to be the least risk. But
Oh, I am as well.
thing with primals.
The issue being is we'd need something that would be a constant no matter what shit. Wait.
Another option.
Go on.
If we can pass into the realm of death, we might have been able to pass into another realm.
Well, we
My
still...
understand.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
She pulled out a very unusual dagger that you probably haven't seen too often.
I don't think I've seen it at all yet, actually.
Between mine and Arizel's, if we find the correct altar similar to the one that we recently used to bring them back. In fact, that same altar is not that far away from us.
As you say
It
that,
might.
she's gonna cut in for a second. Kermit, as you mentioned that to Verpal, she looks very confused. She's actually trying to poke Bozamar, and Bozamar is not having any of it, so he's pawing at her. Like, no.
Oh, like...
But I was certain he... She looks at everybody else. Wasn't this a cockatrice?
It was. No.
So he traded it,
We'll call
right?
Yes, his name
No.
is Bozamar the Bronze Tyrant. He was a dragon who pissed off a bunch of mages, got turned into a cockatrice. And because of soul degradation, he's now a pseudo-dragon. Look at how cute you are, little tyrant. Oh, yes, you are.
He is.
Oh, continue, Kermit.
I said he is cute.
I shall take that as a backhanded compliment. And you, stop trying to poke me. Do not make me bite you.
He does bite.
Please.
I am
shoulder it.
sorry. I will take everyone's orders.
Just something light and a little bit of alcohol.
Me and Bozmar will have anything with a soul. Still living.
Oh my god, please stop.
Chicken? She could have said it in the most disgusting.
Sure, just get... Please
Do
give
you have any mice scurrying about?
Miser,
I
I'm
shall ask.
curious. Ever
Yes.
since Syndra fed the book on the book, or the thing on the book,
Mhm.
has my necklace been acting weird?
You can roll me investigation or arcana.
I go investigation because that's what I'm a little bit better at. I almost rolled intimidation. I was like, damn, would have been great. 15. I know it was green before. That's about all I got last time.
Yes. And as you look at it, there is no color. It is quiet.
That's weirdly ominous.
Then, you see Helena preparing herself coffee.
When the bean's about as big as fucking her.
Yeah, it's about as big as her own head, but she
But-
is using minor magic to crush everything and handle everything.
It's from my understanding, though, what you had told me, at the very least, that Arizel no longer possesses the dagger for the altar, and then once it's met it in its home, then it can no longer be pulled out, so to speak, unless the right person doesn't do it.
No, it's one of the fancy daggers she uses to kill things.
I thought, just because this is above table, I thought the dagger she had got basically put in the altar and was traded for her to become champion, and then she got a different dagger.
So,
Miser.
DM,
Yeah, okay, that needs some DM clarification, because I
Yes.
think I might be confused.
DM clarification, Arizel had traded the stone tooth dagger
Yeah,
for the gauntlet because she became a champion.
that's what I thought.
It was
So
also
she technically doesn't have it anymore.
yes, but she was given the choice to either become a new champion or to simply go on with her life as is.
Okay.
Since the dagger, and this is the main clarification, the dagger was used to open up a channel when you were fighting Namale.
Yeah.
It also acted as a beacon for Barakdiel's previous form, Ragna, to show up.
And we also, Yubala used it to open a doorway to heaven.
I think she used her own magic. She didn't use the dagger exactly, if I remember correctly.
I remember
Actually-
explicitly she picks up the dagger and like jams it into the altar.
Yes, that is
Okay.
that is exactly right. Syndra did remember that.
Okay.
So that part, and this is because there's also DM remembering too. The Red Knight jammed the dagger into the altar and released the power.
And then Yabla just used the power and concentrated it into something else
Yes.
after the primal hunger went out. Okay.
Yes, because the primal
Okay.
hunger was lured there, but he did say it. He didn't find anyone worthy, and was quite pissed off someone opened it.
Alright, so
But
So,
Oberina does
back
not
up
know
a-
that. Only Syndra.
well, I know the first half, so I'll kind of just go with that. Arizel doesn't seem to have a dagger outside of the throwing one. Are you sure you're not mistaken and it's just something else?
Right. I forgot how late in the game we picked you up because you act so much like a...
Well, I'm not dead and doing some other dumb bullshit, at least currently.
Yeah, exactly. So, prior to meeting you, as you know, Arizel became the champion of the storm. That said, she had a dagger before that and gave it over, and that's how she got her fancy fisting hand.
I don't think... Can anyone see that? I thought it was unseeable. Just for also other clarification.
I think I've seen it with True Sight, so...
Give me a moment, because even the DM kind of forgot that bit.
Yeah, because I think you said even without True Sight, no one could ever see it, because it was really weirdly worded.
Give me a moment.
To the treasures.
I don't remember. I thought Syndra had seen it once, and then when she did the True Sight...
Yeah, just give me a
And the
moment. Play.
Brachios. Does not appear either, or with magic detection to us. The magical magic gauntlet looks like a simple wristband. It's considered weightless by strangers, so does not appear to
I
us
also
that
think
are...
Ari told her.
Yes,
I think
I
you would
did.
have to tell her because we can't technically see it or with magic detection. It just appears.
Yes,
one day.
because it's actually a divine weapon. So it's a religious artifact, so it's a little bit outside of normal magic.
Mm-hmm. It's been a while since we're going back 70 some episodes.
But I think she, yeah, I don't know. I think Ari had mentioned getting the fit of that,
Okay.
but we'll just go with it. Well, okay, I guess you haven't said.
No.
Needless to say, she traded it in for the power she has. And she kind of sets that wicked dagger on the table. Acquired this one through various things that occurred. It is more attached to an altar to a death primal down south in the swamps. But I imagine it could activate in a similar way. In the right hands, which frankly would have to be someone who is the champion of Zarenbal. You know, it would have to be Zarenbal.
Well, I don't think we have time currently to go down running to the swamps.
I don't think we'd have to go to the same altars. We were able to access... Yabala was able to take us to the realm of death by that altar. I don't think it's necessarily the tool or the weapon, it's just how.
So, about how far is the closest altar from here?
Less than a day.
Do we have time to spare at least do this fun thing if we want to get rid of the shroud, or do we want to put it on hold?
Feel like we should ask Tyrion if he's ready to fight and kick his own ass, or get his ass kicked by him. I mean, we are talking about potential of, you know, him being completely destroyed. I mean,
aren't we in a similar boat if we are to put away Ed, considering? Looks at you.
Ed is a very complicated situation that we have to worry about. I have a plan. Because what you were talking about with your crazy time having to hold things down, I think actually applies to Ed, not in our situation with this. As I said, I think Shroud exists outside of the temporal things, because he is a creature of dreams. Dreams and Mately do not have any temporality to them. But he exists within the timeline that we currently exist in, which is linear towards the end. If we don't succeed, everything ends there.
Hold up. Who the fuck is this guy?
Do you not see Binge?
Let's binge.
Oh,
What?
wait, no, he wasn't here for that. Never mind. Like, above table. He wasn't?
No, above table, I totally was.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I forgot if, like, were off that
This
week
is
or
just
not.
Kermit. This is just Kermit being
Okay,
Kermit.
okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's my bad.
Yep. So you all hear loud and clear the doors open and just hear dong 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 dong, and you all do remember Binge in his newly updated state after receiving the blessings of 3 gods from his
That's
world.
good to see you again, Binge. How was the ride over?
It's not Binge. Binge
It
is
is.
tiny.
Ignore him for the time being, Binge. Answer the question if you would.
But you do have permission to crush.
No, let's not.
Yes, there was no problems. There was that monkey man you said before the Goko?
Goken.
Yes, he showed up briefly. Him and Zarmbal had a tense moment. The area looked like it was about to explode.
I'm so glad that we get to miss that.
There was a quick conversation. I couldn't understand what they were saying. And Goken brought a beaten up other monkey. I think that was his son. And there was more conversation. Did you know Zarmbal had wings?
Fucking what?
Yeah, he sprouted wings.
This
Oh.
isn't binge.
Kermit.
Sorry?
Sir Kermit, I am binge. Just they changed my armor looks.
Oh my god.
Did everything grow?
He's still pretty much the same. It's just that his armor's now thicker.
Still a tiny boy, it's just he's got armor and can actually move in it.
Hermit just starts poking him. I'm like doing one of those things where you knock on, like looking for a stud, with my ear up against his armor.
Yeah, it is solid armor.
So, you said he sprouted wings. Did he do anything else?
No, he did took off, at least up into the air a little bit.
You know, Cinder, I have a crazy theory. If you'd hear me out, considering what you were saying before. What if Shroud isn't just Tyrannin?
No, of course he's not. Did you not understand that concept?
No, I got that.
No, I mean, Tyrannin has gone down a path so foreign to the actual timeline that it has been commented on. Shroud and him are not the same being entirely. Shroud has probably eaten other Tyrannins that have absolutely nothing to do with the Tyrannin as we know it.
I think you're missing the point that I'm trying to get at. Not so much that they're different entities, but what if he's not comprised of just only Tyrannins?
Exactly.
No.
I am so confused. Anyway.
God. How many...
Alright. Who else do you think he is comprised of? Because I'm 90% sure he's comprised of beings that we don't know. He had to do something to become a primal, not just sit on his ass in the middle of the dreamscape.
Simple. What happens when a white dragon dies and there's no one to claim her? And where Yabala had told us that there were times when she had not agreed with Tyrannin.
Is Binge a giant now?
No, he's still
No.
normal size.
He's nowhere near a giant, but he is a giant compared to you, though.
So my concern is technically in a different timeline or different part of the dream, even though he's still a primal dreamer, he may still have the blood of the champion of the, Sleeping Mountain.
Without him sitting here talking to us, I cannot really confirm much. But I would assume, based on what we know, Tyrannin, being as forceful and as hateful as he was prior to letting go of the arrowhead, likely overpowered whatever entity he did consume, but I doubt it was Yabala. That would, I feel like that would be too problematic. I feel like Yabala's will would overtake.
Not necessarily.
But that isn't to say that Tyrannin did not become something else. Perhaps at one point he took over Barakdos, maybe he took Jade, maybe he took literally any other primal's energy at one stage and became something more. Boreos, he's an idiot. Melt his brain.
Don't melt his brain, we still need him to swing his sword.
So he's not a giant.
No, he's a minotaur.
I am a minotaur.
Amana, does that you remember that thing where you hit someone in that spot and they pass out? Does that work on Grung?
I do not think it would work on this grung. He seems a bit sturdy-ish. Binge looking very confused. Why does he not think I am me?
He's dumb.
You see that dent in the top of his head?
How
No, that's
many?
part.
I thought that was just a genetic thing with Grung. No, I'm pretty sure that's where he's been hit repeatedly. And his brain is something like a peanut in shape. You know, the ones when you don't take the shell off and so squeeze like this. And, oh, you know, like a really weird constipation turd?
You see Armana and Fila look very confused. Even Fila just goes, I don't have any giant blood in my veins.
Kermit,
Oh.
stop asking the people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, come again.
And then Binge just goes and adds, right, when Zarnwell flew, the monkey man was there for a little bit. And then when he came back, they seemed to talk normally. At least there wasn't any weird electrical crackle and intensity was there, but he looked at me, pat my shoulder, which for someone not wearing any real armor, he was really strong.
Binge, if you can remember, and I'll play a little bit of music to help, just in case. What color were the wings?
Binge blinks, and I'm gonna get a sheet out because this is the fun part. I actually roll what would happen for him. Because he came running as soon as he heard the explosion-ish moment.
Alright, I'll roll my Bardic Inspiration, because we're not going to use it anyway, and I kind of want to see what Binge remembers. Okay, let me roll my d10 real quick. Oh, there's
Oh.
the fucking 10!
I
Thank God.
think black, purple.
Oh, that's definitely not fucking good.
I'm
Well-
not 100% sure. It was there for a bit, and once he came back down, the wings went back in him.
Zarnwell's a black dragon. Purple is expected.
Is this guy a giant? This tiny little friend?
No. Kermit, please just go back to drinking instead of asking people dumb questions.
Kermit.
Smee looks at you,
You see how
Kermit.
tall Arios is?
Yes.
They're not a giant if they're anything less than 3 times as high as he is.
If they can fit in this broom, they're not a giant.
So this little green guy is not a giant.
As a goblin.
I'm not a giant. Oh, it would be awesome if I was, but I'm trying to. You're ruining my mojo here, sir. Come on. Wait.
Come on, get!
Sorry.
As you, Kermit, I'll give this to you because you kind of see that he's been eyeing the white goblin has been. Oh, it's just a little bit taller than him, and
At
he's
one
been
point,
making
it's over.
conversation.
Like, when she gets into her food, she looks. Let him down easy. He hasn't gotten laid in a long time.
I don't think I want this.
I don't-
Alright.
She kind of looks very confused, but then goes, "Oh, no, we are talking, but I haven't decided yet."
Wait,
If he says anything about being a beast in the sheets, he's a liar.
Binge, just out of general curiosity,
Not even a giant.
since you do remember the wing type, you said, was there actual generating of electricity, or when the wings came out, or no?
Before, I think it was the monkey that had electricity coming out of him.
Oh.
But when Zarnbol landed back down, the two talk again, and I don't
Wait.
understand what they're saying.
Well,
Well, I
wait.
kind of understood.
So, shooting out electricity. Okay. I'm just going to keep that in mind.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know primordial, sadly.
No, it's fine. I think. Well, Terran said they used force damage, so that's what makes sense.
I do not understood context of their discussion, but the monkey guy went to the really big one. They seemed to talk a little bit. And also lots of other monkeys showed up.
Huh.
I'm gonna roll insight for him now, just so you can even get a read of the situation. Wow, he did really well.
Ben's is really trying his hardest, man.
The ones that were with us, it's really bad if I keep calling them monkeys, right?
Nah, should be fine. But
Alright, but
they just say bone breakers.
Right, bone breakers. They seemed really sad.
At Gokin or in general?
They were sad looking at the one that showed up. That Zarumbo looked pretty pissed off at first.
Not even they acknowledge him as their fucking primal leader. This is going to slowly spiral into something way worse than it should.
we need to go have a talk with the leaders to find out what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, that monkey ran off somewhere, said something to Zarumbo. Zarumbo looks pissed. A bit.
Oh, we definitely need to talk to Zarumbo then at least.
Yeah, as soon as we came in, the gates were wide open. Was that supposed to happen? I mean, I understand they were...
Yes.
Okay.
Cinder here helped prevent the pseudo-war from happening, though...
You missed an entire conversation with the Bone Breakers. I mean,
Venom Hand.
The Venom Hand. Good, Rob.
My guy.
Is that the lizards?
One of, yeah.
Yes, giant lizards folk.
Oh, yeah.
The one that you wanted to say you wanted his balls as a mental piece.
Yeah. I really do wish I could turn those into a sofa.
You know, for a hermaphroditic species as you are, got pretty big balls, you know, they are inside.
Yeah.
No, I do think he's also just kind of, what is it, kill happy?
Oh,
You mean dumb?
No, you could be kill happy and not dumb.
alright. I'll follow along as
Thank you,
Ben starts following in after, and he's not actually able to keep up with you guys. He's not moving as slow, although as he is kind of speeding up to move with you all. I'm just gonna roll this for binge.
Merlin, make those mice to go.
Yes, she actually had a small cage containing
5 mice.
3 large rats.
Hey, we forgot the little Thumbelina sorceress.
She'll come along. Just not gonna grab everyone's tokens, but I need to roll this for binge.
Good luck getting laid, Tiny Giant.
Well, Kermit, since you're the one that's following last, you do notice that there's some sunken footprints on the wooden floor.
From Binge? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, from binge. From binge, he
You
is
may
leaving.
want to try and reinforce your floorboard. I do apologize for any damage you might do.
Blame that on the one who broke the
Man,
floor.
we have destroyed this place.
Weren't
Susie.
you the ones that broke the floor?
Nope, this was clearly Sign. Sign was back again. That smoking bastard clearly broke this floor.
Oh,
Oh wait, I actually forget if we remember him or not.
I lit the floor on
some
fire.
of you guys.
do.
Yes, you do, due to touching the book,
Okay.
Mavis's book. Anyway, they are in the north area, so let me just move you guys a bit. Actually, you know what? Just to save myself convenience, I'm just gonna put you in the main thing here, just to save myself
Fine, sir.
headache and.
We're gonna have a short session. Goes still the same length as a normal one with 3 people.
Yeah, really.
One with 2, so what's your problem?
True.
We haven't ended up with anybody bleeding out on the floor yet, but...
Also
Alright,
true.
You guys are no longer on the field because you went to go guard. You guys are not here.
We even did a pretty long session when we were doing that memory.
That is true.
Who did I get to play as? What was his name?
It was something I forgot. You fought a white dragon.
It used to be in my ads, but it's not in there anymore.
But anyway,
I don't think oh, you were talking about the one shot.
Yeah, the.
I got to play as the giant Titan.
Alright, so let me just grab Zarmball and another chief.
That greatly exaggerated everything he did.
Yes. and
I
also-
killed 100 Yetis.
I killed one Yeti.
I have yet to kill a single Yeti.
Literally had an alliance with the Yetis. I'm like, I've killed 1,000,000 Yetis.
So
It's
not.
like, no, we're friends with them.
So again,
Technically we weren't.
it's not properly scaled to it's a proper thing, but I just want to just get a sheet or just to have everyone idea where is what it's at, and just pretend this is the north area. I'll get a proper map later in the future. 'Cause I'm still building one, but yeah, you do see that Zarmball with his two children. They look very flabbergasted.
I want to say, as we're going over with Oberina, I have an idea. A dumb one. But an idea nonetheless.
I mean, I already said my dumb idea, so hit me.
Well, recon seems to be what we need. And weirdly enough, I'm oddly more qualified to dealing with dragons in the dreamscape, I feel like.
Alright.
I'll go talk to the druids to see if I can find something to get, a little bit of control of my dreams tonight.
I mean, you're not going to go in alone, because from what you had told me, remember the last time we let someone of magical alone with dreams?
Which time are we talking about again?
Ataria.
Oh. I don't know what she did. We just had a weird
Yes.
feeling that it was all fucked. And the pile of clothes and the letter.
You don't think what you're doing isn't going to be fuckered as well?
I mean, I'm not going to go look at the end.
I don't
I've
think...
already talked to Null and everything, so I have no idea.
Did she know that Ataria looked at the end? I don't think she did.
I
Outside.
think it was been implied to us by beings that she, basically went and stared at the end, or the
She
Titan
left a
at the
letter,
end.
if I'm not mistaken. She did something incredibly stupid.
That's about all she left, though, but she didn't say what it was.
Yeah.
I figured it had been implied that she basically went and looked at Titan at the end, and that caused the erasure.
Yeah.
Or at
So,
least that's what...
It's assumed that she saw, or that she probably had met the Titan at the end. That's about all.
No,
Yeah,
Null
but-
told
Yeah.
yeah, I was about to say
Null-
Noel
Oh, yeah.
did mention it as well. That
Yeah, when we were standing there with Binge, Null's like, this is the Titan at the end, and we're like, what the fuck? And then it's like, yeah, your friend went and stared at it, and we're like, oh, that explains everything.
yes.
Okay. No, I don't think you're going to do that. Problem is, I don't think you and Turnin can fight whatever the fuck you're going to fight alone. And even if you pull it into our realm, I don't
I'm
know how
not
well.
gonna
No,
That would
what
be-
are you?
Let me... for someone who is from Icewind Dale, it impresses me how much you talk about this, but have you never just done the whole, I'm going to go meet someone just to get a feel of them and see what the fuck is in their brain?
No, because 9 times out of 10, I know most negative people what they feel, so it didn't occur to me to really bother with 90% of it unless I was helping them.
Okay, so in my line of work, which involves murdering people, and dealing with assholes, and killing slavers, it's kind of a good thing sometimes to just go and be at the same bar as your enemy. That way you get a feel for defenses, ideas, mentality. You can learn a lot by just pissing someone off by telling them a bitch.
Here's the issue with that. Assuming that partially turned in and gets very angry, what is to say that just talking to him won't immediately have him attack you, where you can't defend yourself?
Well, in that case, then all of you will join me.
To think that I'd be doing some shit that fucking the king wanted to do from time to time, except it was just with fucking pretty women.
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. I just get him, instead of being pissed off at me, he's pissed off at all of us. And then being, if he is what he is, he'd draw everyone in together and, you know, be a Tyrannin. I mean, I'm really vying on this whole Tyrannin angle. I mean, I've gotten to know him, and he's a genius and an idiot at the same time.
Hey,
No,
someone
you're
would
just
say
an
that
idiot.
about me.
No, you're just an idiot.
Hey, go ask Mock. Mock will tell you otherwise.
There's no presence of
Getting
Mock at the
dr-
moment.
The last time I talked to Mock said, please keep that frog away from me.
You watch your mouth. He would never say that about me.
Syndra, if you're going to do it, at least need some way to contact me, or at least pull most of us in. I can assume it would work for most, but Oberyn is going to hand you a necklace. This should at least give an anchor point in case you get lost in a dream.
Yeah, we could give it a try.
Where's Mock?
Well, considering it's a little necklace with the signal or the insignia that was on the book.
You can roll me a perception, Kermit, if you're looking for Mock.
Oh no.
Okay.
But yeah, she'll give you her necklace. Basically has the same rune of the...
Rune of Souls.
Yeah. I don't know if it's true or not, but...
Actually, that is a question now that I'm holding it. Is it the true Rune of Souls?
Because if I remember from Oberyn that she just got it from a Dwarvish clan while leaving Icewind Dale. Because they made it for her during a show. Oof. Zusa. Miser?
Well, as Kermit asked that question, I'm just rolling this now for, Right. So, Kermit, what language are you talking to her in,
Oh no.
Common?
Okay. She looks very confused at what you're saying. Then she looks to her sister, starts repeating or trying to repeat what you said to her. They also look confused.
Circle back. Oh jeez.
Primordial. He's asking where Mock is.
They turn, they understand you because you are speaking their primordial tongue, and then just says, or rather, Zaizwa simply speaks. Mock and Talk went northeast, the Coldlands. Wish to get new brewery.
Aw, they probably have giants there.
Being that he doesn't know Primordial.
Oh, yeah.
Syndrome. I'm sorry. They were so off-put by you that they decided to not even come here.
Oh, no.
You can roll me deception for that.
I think Kermit's just too dumb to believe that. Like,
Yeah.
I know, but I kind of want to do it to see. Okay, you keep your composure as you say this.
oh my god.
I'm in full belief.
Hold on, just because I know Verena probably thinks she's lying, but because she's known how people. Wow.
Nope.
That's a shit roll.
You're pretty certain because Syndra said it in a very calm, very chillingly calm mannerisms as like, well, as a matter of fact, yeah, that's exactly what happened.
No, whatever. Like, she'll think about it like, it doesn't really concern her all that much.
I have to put that in my notes. Next time I see Mock, I'm gonna act all mopey.
Oh, God.
I think he doesn't like
Now-
me.
Now to circle back, Miser. Is that a true rune of souls on the necklace? Because it was copied exactly from what Oberita remembered from her book because of the dwarves that supposedly had given it to her, from what she remembers anyway.
Let me just get to the handouts.
Session number is this?
74.
77? Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Let's see, where are you, Nick?
Nick is asleep, sadly.
Yeah, I'm just looking for Nick's page and everything. There we go. Did I not put it in the right spot? I must be going insane.
Did you forget about the necklace?
No, I didn't forget about that. I'm looking for the rune itself. I'm looking right at it, and it's like I'm not seeing it. So both of you, both Syndra and Oberina, you can look at the necklace again and the book. Well, actually, the book was its rune was eaten, but the book was not. But it is indeed a rune of souls. For it being the true rune of souls, you are uncertain at this moment in time, but you suspect it's probably the closest to it being the real thing, since
Curious, since I've described it enough times, if it, had that same energy or something.
it does. Because I will also add that when the book, Nicholas consumed the rune from the book, he went to sleep.
That was like 10th level magic.
Yes.
I'm kind of halfway fearing touching that thing, considering, your last one was a freaking trap.
I mean, it only got weirdly hot when I was on the track for something with Mavis forever ago.
Already tried all the 100 plus
Oh.
rainbow faces in it.
Oh my god, what the hell?
100 souls coming right up.
Yeah. So, in all honesty, I think it is more of a conduit than an actual capture, kind of, considering it only had gotten hot when, what's her name? Fuck. My aunt, whose name I am forgetting, technically Mavis's mom, because my brain's being done. Yeah. It had only gotten hot when there was mention of her or was talking about her. Or when they had gotten near the anything temporal. At least
That actually
from what I
bothered me that I'd like to think about, but... Alright.
Which is weird because you're literally a temporal wizard, which might be bad now that I think about it. I mean, it's up to you. She's just kind of holding it out. If you don't want it, because what it could be.
Syndra will very carefully pick it up.
And then the world explodes.
Okay, so you're taking Oberina's necklace, yes?
Yeah.
Well, she's giving willingly, but yes.
I know, but I'm just saying you are touching it like right, I should ask, how are you, giving the necklace, and how is Oberina and how is Syndra taking it from you?
So,
would pick it up by like the furthest part of the chain.
yeah, she'd probably have like the emblem or the rune like flat on her palm and kind of like have the chain hanging off.
Okay, and Syndra's picking from the very far end chain. Alright.
and then we all explode.
Well, as the chain, or rather the emblem, is leaving your palm, Oberina, can you roll me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Yeah, this is what I worried about, because I've had this situation before. I think I know exactly what this is, Meister, and it pains me if I know what it is. Consider it. Oh, that's not good.
By pure, do you have anything you want to re-roll with that, or you
I don't have anything that... Hold on. I'm going to look how
Okay.
something works.
I just want to make sure you have all options rolled in before I make
As
the
a
result.
bonus action, friendly, have advantage. Is this a spell?
No.
Then no. Unless Syndra has something, I got nothing.
No.
You're out. Okay.
Well, we're gonna die now, team.
Instinctively, Oberina, your hand collapses shut on the amulet before it leaves your palm. As Syndra, you pull it, and then you realize that Oberina, looking still very normal and everything, but her hand now turned into a fist as it clutches the necklace firmly.
What the fuck?
Syndra looks at her. Her eyes just kind of narrow. If I do detect magic or identify and find out that this is another golem, do I need to kill you? Or...
I don't think it's a golem. I think now that I've done that, I think this is the thing that's keeping me sane.
halfway to our way there. Stops,
Yeah.
cast, identify.
Okay, we're doing this. Alright, hold on. Oh, because it's not shown to all the players. Whoops. That was my fault.
Miser hasn't showed my necklace because I technically have only shown it like 3 times.
Yep, so first, this is just how it looks to everyone else.
I love that design, actually.
That was my fault as a DM for not showing this to my players.
It burns as you touch it. Much like... Never mind, there's
A
a
lot
patch
prettier
over
than
there.
I expected it to be.
Yes.
I would... It's Dwarven made, so... The Dwarven take pride in their craft. Or at least
Yeah.
what she remembers.
Thank you.
Yes, by the way, Oberina, I do need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no, I'm not good at those either. At least it's not a strength. 13.
You do feel that sensation of burning.
Talk!
And I'm sorry, you casted Identify. Can you ping that for me again? Syndra?
You have to touch it. So technically you're touching the chain, which can go down all the way. So one thing people always forget about Identify is you do have to touch it, which is the worst part.
She's holding the chain right now.
Yee.
So I'll count it as that.
Here's a weird question, just for the sake of rules for later. Can you use Spell Sniper on Identify and then cast it from 30 feet away?
No, it has to have a actual range.
Yeah.
Beyond self.
Oh, okay.
I would. What I would do is I would make you roll an attack roll with your intelligence to see if you can actually snipe it with a range attack, but it'll be very
Yeah.
difficult because you're going to be getting that information probably a few seconds later when you might need it right now. Okay, so let me just do
True.
a quick copy and paste with this.
Oh no. No, I had Identify the whole time and I didn't think to fucking use that on this. But I was just assumed it was fine. It was just a normal necklace. Not literal God's punching bag. Also, Meister, I'm getting Jade flashbacks almost.
DM, I'm getting triggered by my past trauma with you.
No, because it's funny, because this is the same thing that fucking happened with Jade, is she had a necklace. That if she took it off, her body would slowly decay from the poison that was in her veins. And this is starting to look similar. Especially with her, like, just clasping her hand on that immediately. It's just kind of funny that
here's his
Miser,
updated
every time
copy.
I get a necklace from Miser. What's up?
No, just look at the sheet again. The updated. I had to change a little
Okay.
bit here because
Is it not? I don't see it on the necklace.
it should be there.
Oh, there we go. Nope, it's just, it burns as you touch it. Did you put it in the DM on accident?
No, it's on the scroll all the way
Where?
down, right below the burns that you touch it. There should be a part that says with identify.
Nope. Let me refresh real quick and see if it's on my end.
Just close that and reopen it.
Oh, I did. Then
Oh.
ah. You've got to be kidding me. Here. Special items to prevent the stuff from being stolen. So that's... Oh my god, I hate that.
Yeah, you're wondering why Yengol didn't eat you?
Because he literally can't fucking do it. Literally, this necklace is the reason why Yengol can't eat at my soul.
Well, it doesn't mean he can't kill your body, though.
Oh, I'm well aware that he can. Thankfully, Yabala said no for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And he also can't steal my soul either.
Well, he just has to kill your body, that's all.
Which makes sense why he basically made all his warriors then want to attack me.
Uh-huh. That's another mystery solved.
Alright, so I don't know this, Syndra. It's up to you.
Yeah, I would just say Syndra, as she does it, she's just sitting there, and then, you know, first she gets that eyebrow thing, and then which is the expression turns into that, "Are you fucking kidding me? I'm tired of this shit" kind of expression, as she just stares you in the eyes.
What?
I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to tell you.
I mean, you could try.
Do you tell her, Syndra?
Can I tell her?
I want to see the attempt, and I'll tell you.
As Miser would say, you can certainly try.
Cinder kind of stops for a moment, thinks. First of all, there are wards on here from learning what it does. Specifically from you learning about it.
Do I hear that, Miser?
Roll me an intelligence saving throw, Oberina. At disadvantage.
All my worst saves. Actually, intelligence is not bad, but...
Remember, it's a disadvantage.
I hate you, Miser.
I did say it. I did say it just a moment ago.
I hate you.
I know.
In pain.
Come on, just
All right.
roll another 21, it'll be fine.
I mean, 16's not horrible.
You just passed. You hear every word, every other word. So you get half of the words that Syndra is telling you.
Wards of Learning. Oh, so it's a giant book?
Cinder just kind of stops, rubs, you know, does the rub the bridge of her nose. Thinks for a moment. And she stops. Thinks about it. Hypothetically,
Okay.
have you ever heard of an artifact
Okay.
that would stop somebody from learning what it does?
usually if they were cursed by certain things. A lot of Fae put tricks on things to fuck with memory all the time. Common trait in the summer courts to mess with the messengers of the courts in order to get lost, or rather the inverse, where messengers of the summer courts would wear amulets of mind protection, so the magic of the Fae didn't fuck with them.
As you say this, Oberyn, can you roll me a history at advantage?
Thank God, my actual use for the courts is coming. Damn it.
So you remember there was the dwarves that made this amulet.
Mm-hmm.
You vaguely remember who was it that commissioned that amulet.
Do I get a name or just anything or no? Just that it's too vague.
I want you to have a quick guess if you realize it. There was only one person who ever would have lots of conversations with people.
I'm going to fucking kill Ed.
Nope. It
Oh,
wasn't. It
then
was
I have
not
no
Ed. It was your father who commissioned the creation of that.
Okay,
amulet.
okay. That's what I had two thoughts. It was either my mother, Ed, or him. But wait. Why they fuck with my father? Have this made. Wait. What the fuck did... So... So if I have this correct, hypothetically, this would not allow me to understand it, what it does?
Hypothetically, if an artifact did stop its wearer from understanding what it did through magical means, and hypothetically, if said artifact affected their soul in such a way as to maintain and, how do I put it?
Oberyn, make me another intelligence saving throw as Syndra says soul.
Yes, I love disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it. Well, 18 is still good.
Okay. So you hear the word, instead of soul, you hear the word old.
Bowl. Is there another letter there? I heard most of it, but kind of cut out the last part.
What languages do you speak?
Hold on, I'll just hyper post this. Nope, that's the wrong thing. I forgot you had calligraphy tools that she never uses because we don't talk that much. There you go.
Oh, there's a way around it.
Go on.
Fortunately, Syndra's gonna be the one to figure that out. I just saw your language. I was like, oh.
I think I know what it is too, which scares me.
Miser, can I roll something? Very odd question. I mean, granted, I don't know all these languages.
You
But
can,
because I'm a mage, I want to know if it's possible that I know a word in a language that is so specific that no matter what she misses in it, there is no way she's not going to get it.
roll me a flat intelligence. Just flat intelligence. Alright, so it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Roll me a d8, Syndra.
Oh no.
1, 2, 3. So you're prepared. You understand the word soul in Draconic. Actually, you know what? 1, 2, 3.
I was gonna say,
Actually,
I would just go 5 of the ones that she doesn't speak because that way it makes it.
Hold on, I'm just thinking about it. So let me see. That'd be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, let's try that again. Roll me a d4 instead. Right, undercommon. You As your time as of your drow lineage, you do know Undercommon, at least the particular notable words like soul, body, and
Yeah, because the stories.
yes, and your experiences. So,
Syndra, you watch Syndra, and it's like she has to hold back bile and vomit and everything as she's trying to say this, and then like as much as she can in Undercommon. Soul.
Have to roll anything, Liza?
I know who has to roll something now.
Of fucking course. Oh no.
Damn! 1 point away from the failure, but Barbarina, you hear it perfectly. It was a 50-50
Wait.
chance.
Yeah, let's go. I figured Undercommon was the fucking key around this.
Actually, it was, so this will just be on the top, on the table
That's fine,
commentary.
I'm not gonna metagame it.
Your direct answers was either Undercommon, Celestial, or Gnomish.
So basically, I could have went with either one of the three, just not Dwarvish.
No, because the Doors are the ones who made it.
Yeah, they went. Makes sense.
And Dwarvish language is the soul is also the same word for like 15,000 other things.
Yes.
Wait. What about my soul exactly?
Well, hypothetically, not your soul, but somebody else's soul. God, I hate speaking that tongue so much. If you would imagine a chain that would keep it locked up from rotting or being removed from the premises.
Oh. So this, if I'm understanding it correctly, I'm just a walking soul binding machine.
You're a phylactery.
Congratulations.
I don't know if I like you, hate you, or want Kermit to kill you. I'm really haven't figured that out.
So she's a phylactery for the Titan of the End, and that's why she can't fucking die. Or the Titan of the End can't die because it just makes walking phylacteries. I hate that, Miser.
Maybe. That's your conclusion. You're not certain.
It's a different conclusion, and I don't like that.
I don't know enough about phylacteries in general because I usually stay away from liches, so it's more up Moogle's alley above table.
Wait.
With what?
Let me think here.
Okay. Oh my god.
So what you're rolling the history for?
To remember explicitly what has been stated to me.
From who?
Nicholas and the situation. Wait a minute. You had a book that was meant to trap a soul.
Correct.
You're basically a walking phylactery.
Sure.
Granted, I think you're a very squishy phylactery. Now, if I were someone doing this, Fey or undead or other, which is interesting because technically undead seem to almost merge with Fey when you really get into later physics. Why would something want to keep you Or more specifically, why would you want to stay here, untainted, unmovable? And why would you want to absorb your mother's soul?
Miser,
Hmm.
what do I remember exactly about the Feywild when my father taken away from me from my mother? Like the look from the dream going backwards.
How exactly are you looking for this? Like,
So what I'm trying to look for, because I do remember I had hugged her and kind of broken the barrier between in order to at least reach her ears. What I'm looking for is, was my father actually afraid, or was he more so mischievous, and more so aligned towards the Fae?
you can roll me a history. I'll say just roll me a flat history.
Okay.
Or you can also, oh, I should have mentioned it, the or.
Well,
You have the choice of history or insight.
I'll do insight.
I know. I try to give you choices.
19.
Well, I will give you both of your parents. Your mother was livid.
Hmm.
And if it was not for the barrier, you were absolutely certain she probably would have your dad's insides on the outside and outside on the insides. Maybe play jump rope with his intestines. Your father had a more stoic, calm look onto his face. Like he knew what he was doing.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna roll this for him. I don't want to get into his page because it's such a pain in the ass annoyance, but I'm just gonna roll this because he did seem a bit more aloof from your mother's suffering.
Alright. Well, let's look at it like this. My mother tried to steal myself from the Fey courts before my father had taken me there. The question is, what does she possess? Or actually, I think I understand. And they wanted to trap her in a book, and as long as I had my necklaces, or my necklace on my person, then theoretically she could never leave it or escape it because of how the amulet, I'm assuming, would work with the book. The issue is now, what the fuck did my mother do so far that it pissed off the courts that my father had to steal her away? Because he's the one who also gave me the book. I'm sorry, what?
You said your father's Fae, right?
As far as I'm aware, he was actually a messenger for the courts.
Which court?
Some are, as far as I recall.
Allow me to repose. Well, sorry, go ahead.
I will add this, Oberina. You do know that both the Seelie and Unseelie courts seem to have regard for your father, and he never really.
That's the thing, though, is
Here's
so
the
he
thing.
didn't have an
Too.
alignment.
He never really established his alignment to either court. He hanged around
Okay.
a lot in the summer court, but remember, in the court of your memories,
He was in between both.
yes,
Well, let me rephrase that now that I'm thinking of this a little bit more. He never had a true alignment like most messengers do to a singular court, and would rather walk between both of them, almost with, in some regard, to both, without any scorn. Usually it would piss off the queen, or both queens, but for the most part, they didn't seem to care, or he didn't at least.
Does that not strike you as odd?
Does. but I'd never really thought anything of it until I learned exactly the book, and considering he had given it to me, it does make me wonder how he was able to deal with both without getting scorned from the other.
Let me ask you another question. What is the one thing, outside of absolutely apeshit crazy, that anybody who exists on the Prime Material would say about the Feywild and the Fey?
They're backstabbers, mischievous, and will probably slit your throat in the middle of the night.
And time doesn't work the same way. Am I wrong?
Normally no, because it's good you go in for and come out in like 5 minutes, or you can go in and come out like 10 years. This depends on where you fall in and where you fall out, unless you know what you're
if you're
doing.
very unlucky, you could fall in one place and go back before you even went in. Do you understand where I'm going with this? I read a story about it. It's about the Fae. They went and made a person's life entirely miserable because of something they were going to do in the future. This wasn't some divination or something, it was an actual fact this person was going to. Now, of course, cause and effect, they don't really seem to have that understanding of, digging their own graves.
Miser, as she's saying that, what did it say on my boat harp again?
Oops, one moment. I gotta remember to pull some of the stuff out.
Yeah, because now I thought of something, now that she's saying that.
Let me just make sure I edit it so everyone else can see it, because I keep forgetting to do that.
No, it's fine. It should be in the treasures.
It is, I just have it.
Oh, wait, no, hold on. I wrote it down because it's not on there. On that specific thing. Let me read it. Wait. Okay, this is going to be also a stretch, Miser.
Mm-hmm.
So my first dream when I had arrived were two sisters, correct? And
Yes.
And one had said... One had sacrificed for you not to come back.
Mm-hmm.
That was, if I recall correctly, that would have been Marlene, correct?
Yep.
Okay. I have a thought, but finish yours a little bit first, Cinder, and then I will articulate what exactly I'm thinking.
Alright, so, something we haven't actually thought about because it hasn't had any effect on us currently. Because I'm actually rather impressed by the amount of time fuckery going on that we haven't had more interaction from the Feywild.
Oh, by the way, this is Oberina's father, for everyone that is curious.
Such a great name for people that understand that joke.
Allow me to propose a theory. Of all the dimensions and time and realms that exist, besides this one, we understand linear time.
Correct.
The Feywild doesn't exist within the same constraints and is malleable. So theoretically, this plan, whatever it is, whatever your father was, your mother's doing, whatever, could be foresight to something to happen, or something that will or won't, has or has not happened. Like you mentioned that you thought it might have been handed over to your mother. Why didn't it affect her then? It might have not been meant to affect her then. It might be meant to affect her next week.
here's a weird thought. So this bow was given to me, supposedly, by dwarves as well, that also made the necklace. Why
That's
would
not
it...
a dwarven.
What?
That's not a dwarven design. I mean, look at that.
Oh, I'm well aware.
dwarf is going to put pink.
I'm well aware.
Especially that
But-
much.
But engraved on it is a name of my mother, and I'm going to assume at least maybe her sister. So here's a crazy thought. What if she's not my mother at all, like you said, for temporal, but she's rather my sister, and I had completely forgotten? Considering what they had told me in the dream, that I'm the maestro.
Uberina,
Go on.
I say this with the most emphasis that I can muster right now. The only person who could possibly tell us any of that kind of stuff is still getting his head together because of the whole situation with his mother. And to be honest, you could be your own mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother at this point. I don't really know. You and Mavis and Thine and Ataria. Look, I may have changed my entire outlook on the universe. From being focused on one goal to another. I'm reading some books by some people who are absolutely insane. One of them literally signs his name as the Mad Wizard, okay? What's going on with you? She makes hand motions in your direction. This makes no sense. Whatever you are, and this, and all of this, unless you're Ataria reborn, or alternate Ataria, or Binge's wife's second cousin's third removed, I don't know. For all I know, you're a wart on a Kermit's ass that's been reincarnated time and time again and so you've done this. I don't... Whatever this is makes no more sense to me than anything you've actually said.
No, that kind of makes sense.
Ben's
Ironically.
just kind of listening in on this a little bit, or at least as far as he can probably understand, if he understands whatever language you're speaking. Is it in common, or did
It should be in common. This is what we're walking.
Okay.
You just like stopped in the middle of the street doing
Yeah.
this.
He
It's
just-
like,
he just-
fucking Syndra is having a mental breakdown because Ataria is so fucking awful.
Ben just looks very confused. And he just says, I'm not going to cheat on my wife."
I don't think that's the point, Bench, don't worry.
Poor Binge.
You don't... Wait, are you attracted to her?
God, I hope not.
No. Yeah, she looks cute, but I'm married.
No, I was just saying, for all I know, right now, she could be your wife's, whatever the fuck I said 2 seconds ago.
Actually, considering the fuckery of this and just for my general curiosity at this fucking point, Binge,
Yes.
have you ever heard the name... Well, I'll give this in 2 parts. Have you ever heard the name Marlene or Mariam Lassarin?
Okay.
Oh my fucking god!
I gotta roll 2 intelligence for this guy, because he's got,
I'll give him my last 2 bardic inspiration for both. Actually, I
Okay.
have 1 left after that.
Hold on, I'm just trying to look. Does he have anything? Nope, okay. Just straight intelligence. Oh, alright.
I'll
1.
get of course. Then where's the net 20?
We'll have to find out if he gets one. He got a 12.
He got a 17 and a 7.
7. And well, tell me exactly the names in order that you asked.
I would have asked... because I have it written down. Marlene first, and then Mariam Lassarin.
Okay.
This is going to be the first part, because there's going to be one more after this, depending on
Alright, hold on. I'm just writing the names down as first, and the other one was second. Okay. I just wanted to make sure as I wrote this down. And I love adding that extra world Palatinus just for the laughs. It was a good backup. So you see Binge kind of scratching, or rather tapping onto his helmet. I never heard of a Marlene. Well, Marlene's a very common name. Lacerine, I don't think so. Mariam, I think I heard something of that. But that was an ancient legends and myths and the like that I don't know if it's true or not.
Well, indulge us since we're here at this point.
He kind of looks. It was like he is trying to go to his backpack, but even though he's kind of going there, it's filled with a bunch of other stuff, and it's like, no, wait, I don't have my textbook from home.
Fucking guidebook.
Well, yes, I remember taking some easy credits from the military academy on history and lore. Gonna roll one more. It was ancient myth. Something about vampire queen. But wait. It was very well over millennia ago. No way a vampire can live that long, right?
Sure, buddy.
Mortal undead? I mean, what part of immortal did we not?
I'm a vampire.
No, he's actually not. I'm closest to it, and considering
I thought I was a vampire.
you're not.
I swear somebody told me I was a vampire.
You're like a night stalker, if that makes you feel any better.
But you're kind of starts gesturing out as the sun is still kind of starting to set, but he's gesturing toward the setting sun. Is like, I mean, okay, but you're out in the sun.
A half vampire binge.
What does that have to do with anything?
And she kind of bares her fangs. Because I don't think she's actually bared her fangs in front of Binge.
You never did.
I show my teeth too.
Intelligence.
Hell yeah.
Actually, no, I gotta roll his wisdom.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Long story.
But
Now, the second question.
I'm a vampire.
Kermit, shut up.
I see.
He's not.
Well, I see that he's not, but I'm just trying to think of like how can you be half vampire though? I mean,
I've been asking
vampires.
myself that, but just know I don't age. I've looked like this for at least 100 and what is it, 20 or 120? No, but 110 years now.
Yep. Wow, you're definitely older than what even my grandma could ever had reached. She only reached like 70.
So the second question I have to ask: have you ever heard of the Stars of the Sea? In your histories of these two.
Mate, you mean the island chain, or...
All I know is what's his etched. Hold on, this is my last bardic inspiration. I'm gonna help this man.
No, you're not.
Yeah. Well, thank God he gets to keep it for later. Since it didn't probably pass.
He's still gonna burn it anyway because he wants to help you guys. That's just how he is.
Let me see if I have anything else. Wait.
Uh-oh.
Wait,
You gotta give him guidance.
I wish I had guidance. I have Zone of Truth, but God knows that'll never get used.
Never know.
You know, nah, it's not gonna do anything because it just means they can't lie to me, and I don't think Benj is gonna try to lie.
No, he doesn't have. He has a particular feature in him that he's not. He's just unable to lie.
Benj, you have something from Palathinia in your back, or at all?
I have the emblem apparently blessed by the goddess birthday, but
Like a small patch, small object, anything that seems to be withered the mage. I have.
he kind of looks a little nervous, and then he says, "I have a straw doll that my little sister made me."
Perfect.
Burn it.
No.
No.
He
Benj,
he
I'm
actually
not
looked
going to burn it.
offensive.
Do I have enough gold for this? I don't think I do. This is like an 8-hour prep time, but we have time.
Oh wait, are you
They're planned.
are you actually awakening it?
I guess technically it's not a beast, so I can't do it, which is... Unless you would allow it, but I guess that's a DM discretion kind of thing.
Okay, I will say this. He has a small... Alright, so... He has an item, which is a small, straw... He pulls it out.
I guess it's technically... It's awakening the straw in the thing, so I
Yeah.
guess you can... Very semantic argument.
It is. I like. There's a part of me that says I want to go for it because it sounds awesome, but then the other part of me is like, how are they really going to work? Because he has.
Draw holds memories.
Well, it doesn't have any intelligence score, so technically if the plants can be awake...
Yes. I'm just gonna get his sheet, his other sheet.
I do need 1,000 gold, so I'm gonna have to bump some off Tyranid, and also have to prep this for 8 hours, but... Just a thought.
But yeah, so yeah, so this is from his previous sheet. I just wouldn't copy everything, but
My little sister.
yeah,
Question.
Hmm?
Was your sister, before I do something that I might regret, was your sister big on history or stories or no?
Not really. All of us were. Well, we were born and raised in a minor town, and I wanted a good life for them, so I went to the military academy. And I
Alright.
met my wife there.
Then you can put away the doll. No, sorry. Back to the Stars of the Sea. You said you didn't remember anything about it?
Not that I know of, no.
Alright.
I
Cinder.
will admit I
Sorry.
took those classes for easy credits. I think that's what they called it, and didn't want to do the math stuff too much since I already kind of knew.
And I'm not going to ask Kermit because I have a feeling he probably might know. Cinder, you'd never heard of this before, correct?
Would not.
Oh my god.
23.
Sea of Stars. So first thing that does come to your mind is the astral plane.
Also, Oberina would always call upwards this star, or yeah, the Sea of Stars.
I know everything.
I mean, you can roll for it if you want. I don't know
You
how
can-
much Kermit stargaze.
You can certainly try. I mean, well, actually, Kermit's clan did stargaze before they were turned to slot food.
I roll it.
You also have
Say
advantage,
history.
by the way.
Okay, so roll what at advantage?
History. Same
Alright, cool.
for Syndra, which I can see there's a 24 there. So
Holy shit, guys.
okay, two different paths, or rather, two different people, two different answers. So let's start with Kermit first, because his is actually a little bit more of the fun one. Kermit, you remember from your father and some of your clanmates before their untimely demise that they would always be in preparation for festivities, especially an event known as the Sea of Stars, because that will be the one. Actually, it'll be the 3 nights of the entire every 20 to 30 years that the entire sky, the night sky, is filled with various lights and stars, and night becomes day.
Okay.
You witnessed it once, it was quite a brilliant look. And then he went off to hunting.
Fair enough.
Of course. So did you
Now,
relay that then? Oh, sorry, good.
yeah, no.
Yes.
Cool. I'll get the Cinder after you relate.
Okay. Well,
Oh.
Oh.
We're all like,
Alright, so
we're all like,
DM call. Let me give Cindra's her information, and then you both can correlate what you heard and understand. Cindra, you lean more toward the academic side of it. Besides the astral plane, and I'm going with your advantage of 24. You also recall that there are particular types of entities that do live within the stars or within the astral plane. Astral dreadnoughts, astral dragons, like they all basically have the name of astrals toward them. But the one thing they have in common, besides their moniker name, is that they are far more unnatural than most creatures of the known planes because of how vast the astral sea, the astral plane is. You heard rumors, which you're unsure whether it's confirmed or not because there's no evidence to disprove or prove it. But there was a strange rumor that there were ancient vampire ancestors that lived in the stars.
Fucking what?
that's some Alex Jones shit right there.
But unfortunately, that's as far as you do know. So, I give it to the players to correlate what they know from their information.
Fucking clan of star vampires.
damn it. Whether I just slapped your face and it hasn't come back, why do you look like you have something to say? That actually isn't just dumb.
My tribe used to follow stars quite often, actually, believe it or not. And once every so often, well, once every while, actually, the stars would become brighter than day. They would fill up. We'd be able to see everything. Make for an easy hunt that night. The elders talked a little bit more about it, but I was usually too busy finding something to kill.
Roll me one more history at advantage, Kermit.
Okay.
I'll give this to you because you succeeded by 1 point. You remember that just prior to your clan's demise, they were preparing for another Sea of Stars festival.
Okay.
Besides you having your proving ceremony as the new chieftain.
And oddly enough, right before I came back to my entire tribe slaughtered, we were preparing for a Sea of Stars festival.
And how far away was it?
A couple days. If not a day.
I see.
Should they be worried?
Well, I don't know. How's your knowledge of weird, outlandish rumors? And I say that, we're on, as people from Toriel, I mean, outlandish is kind of really out there.
Considering I studied temporal magic when I really shouldn't have, I'd give it about a solid, 7.
Let me ask you about your knowledge of undead.
None at all. I just say that right now.
I know a lot about dead, but not undead.
Yes, we know.
Much like you make me dead inside every time you talk. Fuck, my voice went out.
So, there is this rumor in necromancy that is very... Well, let's put it this way. It's about as founded as believing, that there's any of the creator races still around.
Okay.
Because that theory usually believes that vampires developed as either something fiendish, something from the shadow, fae, or, and hear me out, because it's written in some of the older, crazier texts that I had the chance to peruse from my great-grandfather's small, forgotten hoard that he left on the bed where he... I'm not going to think about that. Okay.
Just had porn mags of fucking history.
It was his J.O. material?
Oh my god.
It was the bed that he banged her great-grandmother on.
Oh yes, I love Playdorf. It's my favorite read.
No, she's just like... There was one odd manuscript.
The grung next door.
Shut the fuck up!
No, don't even... Oh god, I've seen that one. Didn't you live in the middle of fucking nowhere?
Yeah, that's my grandmother, actually, on the cover.
I thought the patterning looked familiar, considering everybody had to show it around.
I just show off my leg to you.
Can we get to the point, please? I understand that you're trading bumping uglies. I really would like to get to the point.
So, again, weird manuscript written by a madman. Or at least believe so. I had a theory that after multiple travels through the astral realms, by astral projection and other things, and scrying and all of the manners of divination, that vampires, unlike everything else, originated in the Sea of Stars, right next to astral dragons, astral dreadnoughts, which brings a very odd problem that the astral dragon thing keeps popping up.
Didn't you say that Dateria had some ties to the astral dragon?
Specifically one constellation that existed, as she kind of pulls out a notebook, or a book that she's been keeping notes. The Fading Dragon.
The thing that the party took the name from.
She gave it to us, I guess you could say.
Have I ever seen this constellation before, Miser? Because this is the first time actually looking at it. If she's...
It is over Toriel, you said.
Uh-huh. And I'm not going to even have you roll for it because you had seen it a few times back since you were at the spine of the world. At the ice of the 10 towns. It is the Fading Dragon.
Do I remember feeling anything when I saw it?
Now that, I need you to roll me an intelligence saving throw for your memory.
Thank God someone decided to fucking cast that fucking spell on me. 12. I don't think that's gonna cut it. Actually,
I will continue.
I'm going to do this. Because technically, you could put it on a person.
Okay.
I want to do this on my head to see if my mind's under any spells.
Roll me.
Outside of-
Roll me a d20 plus your charisma modifier.
Alright, I'll just roll the charisma modifier then. Or this is plus 5, so minus 4. That'd
14.
be 14, yeah.
As you do so, your identify spell is immediately shut off.
Alright, I think someone fucked with my head way more than they should have. Because they're definitely not letting me access shit.
I would imagine the next is doing. So
Well, it's what-
Syndra will do the same thing. Ritually.
Yeah, that probably would have cast it ritually. But I love how we were walking and now we're just like standing in the street just fucking doing all that.
Yes. And you guys already reached the north. You see the others up ahead, but they're in the middle of discussions. But, adding to it, though. Syndra, can you roll me another, roll me an Arcana? Just a flat Arcana for this one. Referring to your book with your... Alright, that's enough.
Wow.
When you are talking about the book, you do remember something very keenly different, is that the vampires mentioned in the book, there was a key thing that was different, and probably why your grandsire didn't really take interest, was that the vampires from the stars were considered aberrations and not undead.
Miser?
Yes.
You just said the vampires from... Am I cutting out?
I'm hearing you, yes.
So the vampires
Okay.
from the stars are abjurations, not undead, hence why they lost interest.
Aberrations.
Okay, 'cause all I literally heard was the vampires from, and then
Oh.
you cut out.
Okay, alright. So, the reason why your grandsire did not show interest was that they were not considered undead, but aberrations.
She probably thinks about that about the time that she gets done casting the spell.
Anything useful?
Other than remembering another passage in that book, reason why I wasn't interested, reason why my great-grandfather wasn't interested.
Go on.
Abjurations. Well, aberrations. The theory was those vampires were aberrations on it. Like, mimics, beholders, everything the Cult of the Stars has been throwing at us.
I once fell in love with a mimic.
That sounds very, very bad, actually. But it makes way too much sense. Maybe that's where the dent in your head came from.
This reminds me of a song Zavon used to sing. Looking for love in all the wrong places.
Oh my god. Should I be
Oh.
worried?
Yes, he was very good at it. And
No,
I
that's...
hated
I was
it.
asking my DM.
That's something for me. That's something for me to know, and for Kermit to
Oh
confidently
my
say
god,
that
his wife!
to confidently say that yes, that did happen.
Oh my fucking god. So, let me get this straight. Wait. Aberrations, if I remember correctly, don't necessarily breed, but multiply? Per se, kind of like single-celled organisms.
It depends on if there's something like aboliths, something they tend to parasite.
Well, that...
Mimics, if I recall my reading, tend to dream. And will a new mimic, I'm trying to hold this spell, you know.
I'm aware.
I think mimics just divide.
I need you to do one thing.
I am not checking you for an STD.
No. Trust me, I always go safe. Anyway, that's why I have this spell for. And she kind of does this, but doesn't cast it.
Wish I had that when I fell in love with the mimic.
Oh,
I
you
don't want to
had.
hear that story.
You know, at some point I'm going to ask, did you decide to become a female for that or male? I really don't want to know, but it is that.
So, I need you, because my head's being blocked from learning anything, even, I'm assuming, through the necklace.
We
I
would
need
just
you to-
rock, paper, scissors usually.
Oh, dear God. I need you to check if the... I believe it was called Modify Memory was used on my head.
Yes, now stand still.
I'm trying to. You just keep trying to poke at me more than actually cast a spell.
Well, the last time we did anything, you exploded. Where was that 10? And I can't remember.
Alright.
Cast away. What'd you cast him?
I cast Identify back on her while they were talking.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
After hers failed, Sindra turned around and started casting it ritually.
I need you to roll me your intelligence or, well, your spellcasting modifier thingy.
Oh, that would have been an 18, because it technically adds your proficiency bonus. Or let me
Ah,
look what
okay. Yeah, the 18's, it's a high DC.
I figured it was.
So,
Almost, but yeah.
Because let's see, my spell attack bonus would be 10.
It should just be your normal Arcana roll. Because it rolls off the same thing. Because it's a plus. You already have a plus 10. Jesus! Wait. I have one left. Pretty sure.
I'll allow
one
it.
left.
I will allow it, as you two were
Sindra.
bantering.
Ah! I hate my life.
I will give this, though, is not a complete failure. Sindra, as you cast this, can you roll me a D100
Oh no.
with perception? Okay.
That's hilarious.
So I can only give 2 critical pieces of information. Alright.
Damn.
Just writing this down. Alright. I'm gonna have to invade someone's particular sheet at the moment. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna put this on the necklace for the time being, just so everyone can see it. Go to my docs.
To think this all spawned because it's like, hey, here, have my necklace as a way to, in case you go through the dream.
Alright, 1 second. Alright, that's definitely gonna be the critical one I'll give, but let me see which of the remaining ones I'll give. D100. I mean, not D100.
Let's say we-
1d5. Fifth one. Okay. Oh, is that one? Okay.
I hate how many spreadsheets I can imagine Miser opening just from this fucking thing in particular.
Alright, so going back to the embroidered necklace, because
A fucking what?
Syndra, 2 critical informations pop into your head before your identified was forcibly shut down.
And let's, like, as she does that, like, she just takes a deep inhale. And if I know better, in about 3, 2, 1, the massive fucking migraine's about to hit.
Yes, can you roll me an insight, Syndra? I will give this. It felt like someone or something actively had turned off your identify.
She's just kind of, like, bracing for it for a moment before, like, one eye opens again. Okay, that's surprising. Usually when that kind of information comes to bear, somebody's trying to melt my brain.
What did you learn?
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Start with the bad and then we'll work our way up.
Okay. The exact terms discovered by identifying you were the daughter of the Queen of the Night Stars and the prepared sacrifice.
What the... Wait. Have I ever heard that term before, Miser?
Which one?
The Queen of the Night Stars.
Yes, and I'm not going to even have you roll for it because your dad called your mother that.
Oh.
But the way he said it was in a love poem.
Ugh.
Weird.
Ah, yes. This is how I met your mother. I wrote her this ugly poem, and it's just like 3 verses, and it's really fucking bad.
Yeah. You would actually... Here's a question.
He seems like a very hopeless romantic type of person. That's very...
He's a guy who writes this love song and it's just repeating their name over and over again.
No,
Yes.
he writes a love song and is like, fuck it, here's Wonderwall.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how often does Oberyn actually listen to her father make all these love poems and serenades?
It's the reason why she never accompanies him anymore when she was in Icewind Dale, because she's like, can't deal with this. I can make better shit. I'm not.
Which is true, because he definitely goes out a lot by himself even.
Alright. Well, that's good to know that my mother was...
Oh, I will add one more thing. He did often say that your mother had a very siren voice that even angels would falter with her.
That would also make sense why she knows fucking Celestial. Which is kind of funny. Oh. Wait. The prepared sacrifice was what Etaria was supposed to be, no? From my understanding.
As I said, I'm not even entirely sure you're not the same person.
Well, Wait. She's just kind of thinking for a minute. Miser, here's gonna be a fun one for you.
Hit me.
I think.
Lay it on me.
Because of the way of what do I remember at all being born or created?
That's a good question.
Because I did see my younger self, but there was...
Yes, you do have that memory of your younger self, of, your baby self being absconded by your father, and your mom was trying so hard to get past those barriers, which she was literally pierced from head to toe with thorns.
That would make sense then why the thorns were extra painful, considering she's an aberration and not even an undead. Considering if she was an undead, she wouldn't be able to break the barrier to the Feywild. Brings up another point. Why... Wait. Here's gonna be the last weird thing.
No, to answer your question about the being born part,
Yeah.
as a DM, I don't know exactly what you need to roll for that. I want to say history, but can
A disadvantage? Because
I-
it's kind of like...
Because the part of me wants to say is, like, as old as you are now, would it be logical for you to be able to remember that far into your own past?
I guess it depends on how you want to stretch this of the astral part of her.
I would say
Because
history at disadvantage.
if we go through... Okay, because if we go kind of like... If we use, like, Caldish stars as kind of like a baseline, they can recall, like, everything of their ancestry and stuff.
Except
And
you're
so
not.
it's kind of in this...
Yeah,
I know.
You're not Kalash.
It's kind of in the same boat, so it's kind of using that as... That's what I would understand disadvantage.
Because
Yeah.
you are trying to remember your actual moment of birth, your first
I don't expect this
existence.
to work.
14.
Better than I thought. What?
Alright, now roll me a D100 to add to that. Oh, to supplement to it.
11.
Okay. So what I did, when I was thinking about it, was that, alright, you roll me something at disadvantage, and you roll me a D100 that, if it's lower than it, you'll be able to recall something of your past.
Okay.
So, congratulations! You do remember vaguely being born. Truly being born. Now I want you to roll me a d20, and I'll give you, depending on that result, I'll give you as much detail as possible.
Not rolling hot. I didn't expect to get much out of this, so I'm like squeezing grape juice out of apples at this point.
Yes, so you do vaguely remember your first cries. And the fact that your mother, along with a very regal-looking Fey individual looking at you, and your mother probably has the biggest, goofiest smile on her face. And that's it. That's all you remember.
Alright, final question that I could kind of muster. Do I remember, even growing up, or with my father at all, seeing any insignias for the Cult of Stars anywhere?
That you can roll me history at advantage.
Of course.
Yes, you do recall growing up with your father, which, to add to it, you remember he was a wanderer, and you wandered with him a lot. Just the sirens outside.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. With it, roll me a d100, and I'll give you some more details. 95.
There we go.
So you do recall accurately that your father was a philandering type, because you recall that he also go out with a lot of women, and sometimes men. But definitely more on women.
Here's a weird question from what I remember, and since he is so famous within the courts, did he ever hook up with anyone from the Descentra lineage?
Damn. If
Yep.
you guys can actually see my face, I had a very wicked smile that just popped up.
I knew the moment you said he was a Flander, I'm like,
fuck, I think I know where this is going.
But I will also add this too, though, which I want you to roll me another history. This will be a flat one.
Okay. This is scary. 19. Holy shit.
Okay. So before we end our session for tonight, you recall one critical thing. Something that you come to realize too why your father chose, or rather, had you call him Pluck, rather than the names everyone else be calling him. And also why a lot of people, or rather your movement a lot. Many people, or rather a lot of the mortals that he would philander with, usually call him Obe or Obi.
Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Oh my fucking god.
And usually when they start getting a little too attached to your father, and I'll add this too, he will get you immediately and, well, escape. Or rather, leave through the Feywild paths.
And that's where I got my name from. As she just kind of, or sorry, let me put it in her voice. So that's where I got my name from. He'll look at Syndra and just be like, so, hear me out, because this is going to be really dumb and both really funny. My father was King Oberon.
And this is where we will end the session for tonight.
Wait, do that. So did
What?
you want to hear the good news? Like, after saying that, so did you want to hear the good news?
No.
Oh.
Wait, sure, what's the good news?
Well, apparently I'm not going to have my head explode and bleed all over you, so we're both in a good place there.
Alright,
Alright. Let's talk about your father, your daddy problems.
You just see Kermit. My dad's dead, and then he just blinks with one eye and then the other
Oh
eye.
my
He's doing that like Simpsons blink where he blinks with like each eye separately.
Then meanwhile,
Just staring.
Oberyn is doing. Oberyn does the fucking Homer Simpson thing where she just goes into the bush.
Yeah. He's just staring off into space, blinking with one eye each.
Oh my goodness.
Alright. So now, this makes me question why the fuck the whimsical dreamer was fucking with the Decentra clan.
So,
There's so much
Because
shit.
it's literal.
Oh yeah.
okay, so ending this tonight's session, I am your DM, Miser Mark. Even though we were only having half our party members, we still managed to make it an interesting RP roleplay for the time being. And time will begin to accelerate, so hopefully next session, if we can get past whatever stuff we got left, we'll be entering the duel with the United Front against the Champions of the Venom Hand. You can find my content on Miser Mark, both Twitch and YouTube, and I shall pass it over to, well, unfortunately one of our DMs is not here, so I will pass it over to the next possible one, Mariner.
Hello, I am your completely both having really fun and completely fucked Dampier Bard. Yeah, you can find me on Transpace Mariner on Twitch, DM Mariner on Twitter. And yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be. It's going to be Monday or Tuesday is going to be my game, so we're kind of going to figure that out as we go. But we'll kind of see. And yeah, I guess just throw it over to Moogle and then kind of figure it out.
Okay. So, yep, I'm Moogle. I play Syndra. Not tomorrow, but the following Monday might be switched with Jeebus, depending on how tomorrow goes. Outside of that, CSROs will resume on its usual thing as we go further into that. And and we'll pass it over to Kermit.
Yeah, I'm Violated Salad. You can find my content of me reviewing antique cactuses. And yeah, that's it.
Excellent. Well, everyone had a good night, and yep, see you on the next game. Happy hunting.
Bye.